Hello. Hello. I'm finally back. Kind of better than ever. What's up, battle? Always gotta be first. I'm here for it. Carol. Carol, prayers are going up, man. I'm so sorry to hear this. Um, hopefully though, whatever gets found gets resolved so we could, have you back to normal. Kelly Cal, what's up, Jay? Serena. And the march continues for March 2025. And as AJ says, it's over and it flopped. Let's move on. Amen to that. What up, lovely? What up? What up? Oh, what's up? Yes. You know, someone else shares a birthday with you tomorrow, but I don't know if that's public information. But happy birthday to you, Kelly. And you know who you are. It's definitely Never Moonwalker's birthday tomorrow. So I'm proud to say the truth is running marathons, lies running sprints, but the truth runs in marathons. Y'all did y'all thing, man. Y'all did y'all thing. What up, butterfly? With the Michael Jackson money challenge, y'all did y'all thing with just being awesome advocates for the truth. And shout out to the media for finally listening to us. Like, hardly no one covered this. Yes, rightfully so. Come on, man. Let's keep it 100. We have been watching for weeks now, evidence proving that Michael Jackson's more innocent than guilty, right? Right. And we've heard all sides. We've heard from people that on the fence of believing he did it. We heard from people that were super fans. We heard from people in the middle. And once you present evidence, nothing else, it's not about our opinions, it's not about how we feel, it's about what has been presented. And I'm sorry, I'm in favor of Michael Jackson's innocence. Thank you, Amazon. Yo, when I saw this, AJ, I made it into what do you call that? I made it into a reel. And even that went a little viral. Everybody was cracking up because if you know, you know. Hey, I'm so happy. Oh, wow, where are you? If it's your break, that's awesome. Yes, everyone, please put the prayer emoji for Carol. Carol is an amazing person. Like, just has a very giving heart. Reminds me of my friend Melanie. And speaking of Melanie, I think she would be proud of all of us, every single one of us. Oh, that's what's all. That's what's up from the down under. This is what Melanie would have done. Um, you know, and every single one of us, I'm sure, is making her proud. Like, and I'm happy it wasn't a crazy fight. It wasn't a crazy fight at all. It's flopped. It's over. There's nothing to see. But we did promise we were going to finish this series. And oh, y'all so awesome. We were going to finish the series out. Jen added 2 more. But before we talk about Jen's added ones, hey partner, Toy. Is she there? Okay, her mic is off, but she'll be on in a second. Jen added 2 more events. Where is it? Nope. I haven't been on live for a minute, so I'm a little out of practice. The 28th, the 29th. And again, it's just giving you more evidence, right? We're very lucky it didn't go haywire this time. But, I'm sure there might be some people that still think that Michael's guilty. You guys now have your resources. There's no need to fight for those who want to hear the truth. It's out there. We've been playing for weeks. Jennifer has been playing the most, maybe 7, 8 lives now about just facts. So, all right. Your mom thinks never believed in those fake allegations. My dad never listened to Michael, right? But even my dad never believed. Yeah. I think what was in Michael's disadvantage is that unfortunately there are people, celebrities that are guilty. And I find it so interesting. Some of them are very much alive and well now, and no one has nothing to say about any of those people. And yet, a man who's been followed by the FBI 10 years, um, been proven innocent in court, been proven innocent in the court of public opinion, is still being attacked. Make this make sense. And might I add, has been passed away for almost 16 years now. So there's so many theories that came up in this March series, right? Some people think it's because of him being a powerful Black man. Some people think it's people just trying to get money out of him. We heard in some of Jennifer's recent lives, people were paying people to lie to say Michael Jackson did stuff. Lots of money. We're talking 6 figures. 6 figures, especially back then, is a lot of money. 6 figures now would change my life, to be honest. So it's just like, could you imagine people, and these are people that, used to work on Michael's Neverland Ranch. I mean, there's actual proof that there is big money in trying to take Michael Jackson down, whether it's the truth or not. It's like, you know what? He didn't touch you. All right, we'll give you 6 figures to say you did. Wow. And some people fell for it. So she's back, y'all. So let's hey Cheyenne, what's up? And yes, we have a massive amount of resources. And that's right, Allison. Innocent, 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 innocent. Because he did nothing, nothing, nothing. And yes, early happy birthday to Kelly. Hey Tori.
Hello. Sorry, my computer was glitching out.
Child, I got no judgments. I am the queen of a glitching computer, even though mine is still new. And I'm like, dang, it's still glitching. But I notice it's not always the computer. It could be your network. I mean, it could be your computer too, though. How you doing, love?
I'm doing all right. You?
All things considered, okay. But sometimes in your moments of quiet, you realize like life's gonna keep throwing obstacles at you. And the trick is to navigate through it. And I thought about the Jacksons, specifically Marlon, Jackie, and Brandy. Remember we saw them in Ohio. It was a few days before Uncle Tito's memorial, and they still
Mm-hmm.
pushed through that. They pushed through that knowing something really heavy was about to happen. You know what I'm saying? So honestly, I'm actually motivated by that because I was like, I know y'all got something hard to do in a couple of
Mm-hmm.
days, and y'all still are like pushing through that. But of course, when you get downtime, you take care of your mental health. But honestly, I'm very inspired by those 3 people because I was like, whoa, they were professional, they were kind, and they were happy, and that was inspiring. So no matter
So
what might
no
be
matter
going in
what
my life,
is going in my
we're going to be okay no matter what. But what's up, Susie
Mhm.
Sue? But yeah, I just thank you, Jennifer and Tori and everybody else that been holding things down so I could take a time out. And it always feels funny when you come back to YouTube. You're like, where's this button? Where's this? And then they change something on stage StreamYard, and I'm like, well, what's this do? We're doing okay, Jay. I've been seeing you in the lives. Sometimes I was quiet I would watch some of the lives. I wouldn't be there the whole time. I had some things to take care of, but you guys were awesome. I mean, awesome. And I'm hoping that you guys enjoyed the stuff that Jennifer featured. Now, my favorite one, I wish I was there. The one where she was showing the contrast of weight, well, whatever, chicken dance, how when he was telling the truth, how he was versus when he was lying. It was just like, and to have that on tape in his own words, no manipulation, I was just like, huh. So, so this video is part 4. We are definitely going to dive in a second because this is 2 hours. And if you guys need us to pause, let us know. If I see a reason to pause. But this is focusing on Michael's humanitarian acts and the final curtain call. And for sure, next month we hope to be more celebrating not only of Michael but the Jacksons. We hope to have a watch party for Janet. We hope to do something Hill Los Angeles related, and I might finally edit the Jackson. What's that thing? The Ohio one. You guys, one of my shorts goes so viral. I was like, wow, and it was connected to that day. So, happier days to come. Um, I can't say we won, but we won this round. Hopefully, the truth, the marathon, the truth will keep going.
Yeah, I think we won.
Because you have to have evidence, Tori, and that's what we've been trying to tell them for years. And I don't know what made the media stop this time. There was even people in the media plugging Square One. They don't get better than this. Because at this point, the truth is more on Michael's side than not, right?
Right. I had no clue about that one.
Man. There was one thing I was going to show, but the person, without saying their name, was using like that wacko jackal kind of undertone. And I'm like, this is a shame because this is a decent panel. They interviewed Egghead and some other people. And I'm like, Shmoo used it. Yeah, it was like some of the verbiage was a little offensive to me. So I felt like, whatever. But for the most part, it's a nothing burger. We are just happy that April we get to celebrate Earth Day and Earth Song and Los Angeles stuff. Get your tax returns ready, y'all. Anything exciting going on with you, Toy Toy?
No. I wish.
What? You sure?
Sure.
Positive?
Mm-hmm. I mean, further down the line, but not currently right now.
I saw your post. I see that you're resting too. Nothing wrong with it. Listen, resting is the best thing for you. You have to, I mean, especially, yes, we work really hard. I'm just so glad there's a bunch of us. So like when one of us or two of us or even three of us are down, there's still people still moving around. So,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. All right.
I see your thing.
Yeah.
It's a weird, I mean, yeah, it's a weird year though.
It's bittersweet.
Mm-hmm.
But oh my gosh, I suck at remembering scripture, but I recently read something and it's changed my mindset since. But basically, actually, I know where I can find it because I posted it somewhere. And as I said, it's like, I mean, I can't share anything that's going on in my life because, as always, my stories are entwined with other people's lives. So then they'll be like, "You better not say nothing on your YouTube," and I get it. But Because sometimes we're always asking, why me, right? And let's see if I can find this post. It's a private post, but I know I posted it. It's about endurance and struggles and all these other things. Please say I posted it someplace near. There we go. So it's Romans 5 verses 1 through 3. And basically it talks about us rejoicing in suffering because it produces endurance and that produces character. And now when you're going through a storm, you're just like, yeah, shut up. I don't want to hear no scripture. I don't want to hear it. But I'm telling you, from someone who goes through a lot privately, when you get through that hump, you do become a stronger person, right? Because the trick is not to crumble. That's the trick, right? And unfortunately, again, I can't really share a lot of stuff going on right now, but it sucks when you can't push through it, because sometimes you just can't push through it for whatever reason. So it's kind of like when a butterfly, caterpillar transforms into a butterfly, right? I'm sure that's a struggle, right? But see how beautiful a butterfly turns out if you can push. So I know a lot of you guys are having tough times. Carol shared something with us today. Jen earlier, not Jen, Tori the other day. I shared something on one of my socials. Hang in there. For those that believe in God, prayer and meditation. Give yourself at least 30 minutes to an hour to just take everything off. No electronics, nothing, right? And if you have access to gyms and stuff, working out for me has done wonders. And I hate the gym. I hate the gym, but I love how the gym makes me feel mentally and physically. And I hate the place. That says a lot. If you hate some place and you keep going there, because it's doing something for you. If you have good family members, stick around them. If you have good friends, if you have a good relationship with yourself, treat yourself to the movies. I take myself to the movies out minimum once a month. And before I used to hate going by myself. Now I love it because it's just you and that's it. You, yourself, and I, and something that you want to do on your own. And you know, if you have friends that want to listen or family members, and of course vent, but definitely also get comfortable talking to God. Um, Look at all the stuff the Jacksons have endured for decades, and they still come and greet us with smiles and good energy. Um, I admire this family even more after watching all these allegations on MJ and this actually has affected the family as well. Don't get this twisted. They lump that family up like they're just one person, and it sucks sometimes. So
Yeah. I mean, I'm not like you said. I don't want to get into too much detail either.
I'm
But
here.
I'm at a point where I'm just like I don't even know what to do. Like I'm just here, and that's all I got. I'm just
And that's okay too. I can't put it in word. It takes time to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Does that make sense?
mm-hmm.
Because it's just like I know with the a challenge that I've been doing on YouTube. Literally the fourth day into the challenge, Tito Jackson died, and I said, "I know you kidding me right now." And I remember I was just like, "No." And then something else happened, and then something else happened, and then more people died, and I'm like, "No." And so I don't know, just something this time clicked in me differently. Where I might say nothing can touch me. Of course, things touch me. They do, but I'm trying to be as less reactive to things as possible because I'm like, that's the and going back to how when we met the Jacksons in Ohio, we knew what they were dealing with in a couple of days. You would have never known by how they were treating us. That's so inspiring. Hey, Jenny Jen.
Hey.
No. Well, it impresses me with people that can retain information like that in general. Like, I always like retain stuff like the weirdest stuff, like International Sonic the Hedgehog Day. But it especially when people like retain like important stuff. Hey, what's up? I missed a couple of people. Um, but definitely hang in there, guys. Hey, hey. Just giving a lot of shout outs and love. I appreciate all of y'all. Yeah. That's one muscle that I was super weak in. And it's so crazy. Something really, 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 really bad happened. Like I still I probably will never be able to talk about it. It's a really effed up story. It's the worst thing that's ever hit my life. And that says a lot because I lost both my parents and a sibling and a boyfriend. Like, and this is literally the worst that's ever happened to us. And I'm not gonna lie, initially I was like, I'm done. Like I'm legitly done. And I remember I started reading the Bible maybe the week before. Like I have a very spiritual family, and they're just like, don't be doing this YouTube stuff and don't have a connection with God. Like, don't like get your priorities straight. And and they're right. Like, get your priorities straight. And it's almost like that person knew a storm was coming. So when it didn't come, I didn't crumble like I usually do. I was like, okay. I took a time out though. I took a time out, but I was like, God is so good because He brings the people in your life that you need in your life. So even like, I hope she doesn't mind. Jess from Jan Fam, she sent me a bunch of verses this month, and it's just to help keep you centered, because sometimes, and that's one thing I can say, sometimes you just feel like throwing in the towel literally, and you don't want to listen to those voices either. You just gotta say, I need help, I need guidance, I need friends. And yeah, thank you, Jam Fam. I appreciate you. And just thank you everybody for just giving me a timeout and grace. But um what I did, and don't watch do the I heard from the people who did see part two that it literally was a nothing burger. It was rehashed information. And I don't know if you guys saw the one from Popcorn Planet. Andy, he was saying like you could tell like his interaction with Egghead was really like where you could tell he had a thing from Michael Jackson. It was just ugh. Yeah. Thank you. It's definitely getting better. Like, but keep our family in prayer. There's still things going on, man. It's cray cray. But yes, I'm not even sure what was the point of doing part two. I guess they were trying to figure out the temperature of the space and trying to see how the public felt about Michael still. But like look at all the stuff that we saw. People still haven't addressed the Corey Feldman list. No one has addressed current people that are in trouble for similar allegations, but those allegations have proof. I find it interesting, very telling. And I'm so glad the media say, you know what, we're not covering this story. We're not. I'm like, yay, media. Shut up. Really? Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard. But what's part three about? More nothing burgerness? I don't know. I told you, I really think like, if anyone has like ever told a really big lie and realize like they're just stuck with the lie, I feel like they're stuck with the lie. And I have nothing to say to it. I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I think Greed's point is making the trash. Yeah. I don't know. It's the stupidest story ever. Oh, it's possible. I think that's a good theory, Jen. Well, remember when the first part came out, everybody was believing because one of the people was by MJ's side speaking so highly of him. And then you're like, wait a minute. So then, of course, people took it serious because they're like, well, what if it's a Me Too situation and there's truth to it? But then when they realized, like, this dude's lying, like, it was a hot mess. It's well, listen, when Part 3 comes out, we'll have more stuff to show y'all. Actually, when Part 3 comes out, sorry, I say we just do what do you call it, humanitarian acts, just positive stuff about Michael Jackson. We'll just do something a little different next time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real, those clowns are yes. But you know what breaks my heart? I'll say his name because whatever. Wade Robinson really looked like he was a really good friend to Michael Jackson. I can't help but to question who put Wade up to this? Who put
Himself.
Wade? You really think it's him himself and not? You don't think there's more to that too? There could be a possibility.
Well, it might be. Of course, there are the powers that be, the higher ups that want to keep
Right.
this narrative going. But I truly feel like it was himself though, because he has a grimy past. He's cheated on people, Michael's niece. He's got himself blacklisted, blackballed from the entertainment like industry and stuff like that. Cause he's just so grimy. And also like he wasn't I don't think he was a super duper duper close like he tries to portray himself to be. Cause they lied and they said, "Oh, the abuse happened from when Wade was 7 and it lasted 7 years." So that would mean he was around like what, like 14? Well, around that time, History album came out, supposedly when it stopped. But when the History album came out, he was waiting in lines to get the album like every other fan, waiting to get into the music store. So if you were really that close to Michael, and all this stuff supposedly happened to you, and you really knew Michael like that, wouldn't Michael have given you like an autograph CD or something and called it a day? You wouldn't have to wait in line like everybody else.
Well, all right. Okay. All your points taken and received. The timeline of history. Was he broken up with Brandy by then?
Um, I don't think so, because I know they had the little like kid puppy love type stuff going on, but I don't
No,
know exactly
no,
when
it
that.
was serious. I forgot.
No, that's how it started, but
No,
it
no, no.
got
We're about to say it got serious because she disclosed in one of the things we saw, like it got intimate. It got intimate. They got serious.
okay.
And
Yeah.
she was brokenhearted when she found out that Wade was cheating with a woman that was married and some other people. It got serious. I just wish I could. This is the only downfall in my time. I should have took notes, but I was surprised because I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I was curious did these two ever have sex? But then in one interview, she did disclose that. So I said, holy crap. Because, sometimes, you could be with, especially boyfriends when you're younger, you don't, how many boyfriends I had when I was younger that didn't have sex with them. I'm still young. Not that that means anything anymore, but you know what I'm saying? But the point is, I was like, I have boyfriends, nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. He's not a good person. Like he just got patterns, certain things that people have witnessed from him. Um, certain things that he's admitted to, that are questionable. There have been, reports in his dance classes, young girls saying they felt uncomfortable. He would get a little bit too touchy with them. They were talking about it when BS1 came out. So he just has patterns that shows like, okay, this guy is not to be trusted. And then on top of that, I can't exactly remember what it was, but I remember seeing like I think he was trying to essentially have some sort of program or something. People paid, like I don't know if it was like assault victims or something like that. And I'm just like, why are you trying to get money off of this? Like, this is people's real traumas. Why are you like making people pay for this or put money towards? Like, I can't exactly remember what it was, but it was just kind of like weird. Like, okay, that's odd.
All right. So you definitely brought up credible receipts. Why? Okay, I think at one point they were friends, or he
Mhm.
loved Michael. You could tell by the interviews. Um, but I guess when he betrayed the niece, he probably lost that connection. And I did find that interesting. Thank God, like you said, what you said, kind of jog my memory back. Um, I guess he thought he can be back in with Michael, and I'm like, you cheated on the niece. And it's so whoever, if you ever had a first love, and I'm assuming Way is Brandy's first love. If you ever been heartbroken from a first love, I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna devastate some of y'all. You never get over it. You could be married, have other boyfriends, you just never get over that. Like, and it's not even about the first love. It's just, well, I don't know if she was a virgin, but let's say she was. Like, it heightens it even more. And to my first love, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still mad. Like, you don't get over that. You just don't. Because you'd be like, I love you, I trust you. I mean, because you're so naive when you're young, and you're just like, he would never cheat on me. He would never do that to me. Child, boys are weird. I mean, some girls are weird too. I mean, girls are different in this era versus a 1990s something era like myself. But the point is, pain is pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, you love somebody, you trust them, and they betray you. And it's like, I think the audacity was Wade trying to get back into their life. Like, yeah, I know I cheated on your niece, but can I be part of the family?
Siggy still said, even to this day, he said he would get him first for what he did to his sister.
Yeah.
That alone, right there.
No,
So
that's so deep. Girls love, I'm not saying boys don't love deep. I think men do, but it's still different. Women, especially when we fall in love with someone for the first time, and there's nothing like young love, it's pure love. And so it's like when things start happening in life, then you're just like, because people play games and you don't know who's being sincere. So that's why people like celebrate people who marry their high school sweethearts or the college sweethearts, because it's like, oh, you marry someone that the love might, it's different. It's a different bond. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just different. Not to take away from people that you meet after. It's just different. Um, yeah. Listen, for me, if I ever had the honor to be Michael Jackson's friend, I'd rather have the friendship than the money. 20 million, 40
mhm.
million. I think to be a friend with Michael Jackson is an honor. Like, and for those who met some of Michael's family members, I can think of a handful that have that similar kind of energy. And it's like, if you're lucky to be certain people's friends and from the Jacksons, you're lucky. Like, and I just feel like, I mean, you could tell by how Wade's mom, Joy, her name's Joy, right? Left the dad to come to America. You already know if you here to leave your spouse over what, fame? I'd rather have my spouse. I don't know.
Yeah, and you notice, let's just say,
Hey, Rock Rock.
um, I don't know if I should get. Well, we could get. I can get. I'll try. If you want me to stop, then yeah. Um. So some like you said, some of the fans were able to see BS too. I was one of them, but I did not give them that direct view. We found our way. We found the way. We just gonna say that without giving them the views, the ratings, all that. But I noticed one, the mothers weren't in there, and I feel like that's because they jacked up. They really jacked up that first one. Like the lies that the mothers said in the first one were just like very childish lies, very childish, easily debunked. But I mean, the sons too, but the mothers were not in this one. I was like, what?
I think the mothers messed them up.
Oh, big time. They just opened up the can of worms, like what do we call him? Chicken Dancer. Even though I think we slipped up said his name already. Chicken Dancer's mama said, oh, he was abused from the time he was 7 for 7 years. But then like they pulled up, that clip from like a few years like prior where she's saying, "Oh yeah, we didn't move to the United States until Wade was 10." So
But
how do you
right, the
how
7, yeah.
how? And then another thing I peeped was that he likes to use sevens. Like you see Michael's armband on this picture right here. Michael loves sevens. That was his number. Sevens like was all throughout his life. Just like I don't know, just miraculously. But he would just use like the sevens. Oh yeah, it started when he was 7. It lasted 7 years. And then there was something else. And I'm just like, is this your like psychotic way, like manipulative way of like trying to throw the sevens back into Michael's face and taint the sevens? Because the seven's name, 7 letters in Michael's first name, last name, 7 born child.
Right.
Even the address on Neverland, I think it's 5225 or something like that. 527 257. Like so. That man was odd. And then there were like quote unquote like fans in there. I do know Andy, real fan, like they try to make him look crazy. But then there were these other fans in there. And I'm like, this is given we just pulled some mediocre actors off the street and paid them to act like no, I'm so for real. I'm so for real. Cause if you could see it, I would ask you, Trish, do you know any of these fans? Have they ever been at any of the Michael Jackson fans in New York events? Have you ever seen them at any of the LA events? Have you seen them? Do you know these people?
I will. Well, when I
You
get a
wouldn't know
chance,
them.
I'll see it because that's the one thing about doing what we've been doing for a long time. We have met a lot of fans. Even if I don't know you, you're in the footage. You're in the footage, or it's like because most of the
Yeah.
time I don't know y'all, and then sometimes I go through footage. Every couple of years, I'll sweep through the footage again, and I'll be like, "Oh wait, that person's there. That person's there." Because you're right, the fandom, especially for the last 15, 16 years, have been the same people.
I didn't know any. Well, yeah, Jenny said she was in it, but she wasn't like interviewed. They took one of the clips from Popcorn Planet's live stream, I think, and they like just like put her in there. But like there were fans that were sitting there like getting interviewed. It was two in particular. It was this guy, and then they didn't put their last names either. So I'm like, y'all could just be giving us fake names. One of them was just a letter, like Z or something like that. That was it. Um, but he was like, he just sounded uneducated. Like he might have been a casual listener at the most, and that's it. They didn't, like us big fans, we have the collections, we have the merch, we have the memorabilia. We know our stuff. He was sitting there like, oh yeah, I don't think. I'm like, you going off a script trying to remember the words. And then there was another one, and she had a picture of herself with like a Michael Jackson like doll when she was younger, but that was it. She also sounded weird, and then she also quoted something that was said. by someone close to Michael. And I could tell that that was probably put in there to make him look bad. And I was just like, nah, it's giving y'all got a check to be up in here to say some stuff. That's what it's giving.
I'm not sure what Egghead's trying to prove. I think he's just trying to save face. You now, I think Taj was the one who said it, but or somebody. I know something we seen. It was basically saying we don't know what corporations are behind this. Did I know Taj did say this is very political. That's we have to read between the lines between those two statements, right? We don't know what corporations are behind this. That part I don't know where it came from, but I know something we saw. And Taj for sure was uh everything's very political. So that means it's something bigger.
Mhm.
This whole story is way bigger than most of us are aware of. And that's why I said, did somebody put weight up to this? Like Brenda says, I think that Wade's story with Michael, he loved him, lost him, and never got over it. Heck yeah.
He still seems like a fan on the low low. Like
He
a fan
is.
who has to remember, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be acting like I don't like this man. Like I got a vendetta against him.
He
Let me
loves
get in the
that
character.
man. I think Wade loves Michael. Maybe wish he did Brandy better, or maybe never dated Brandy at all. So like this way, that would have never been a tear between them. Um, I don't know.
I would say, sorry, looking at the comments. Don't go directly to that thing to watch it. Don't give them the views. Don't give them the likes. Don't buy it. Don't rent it. If you can find a way to watch it,
Well, maybe we'll set up another Discord. I wanted to join you all that Saturday. I think I have COVID, to be honest. So I didn't know it at the time. I just knew I felt really, really tired. And when I woke up, I had no taste buds. I still don't. So I was like, I wanted to join y'all for that Discord,
what?
but yeah, man, it's for New York. Is so much going on right now. So, so they told me at work today. They go, "Did you get tested?" No, y'all ain't paying me for it. So they asked me to put on a mask, and that was about it. I was like, if you're not paying for it, I'm not testing myself.
Wow.
Um, yeah, Michael Jackson. Michael was nice that people were drawn to him. Plus, he had the aura that just drew people in. But Michael let very few people in. I don't think that. All right, I agree. Tori definitely made some great points. Um, and I think Wade missed what he had with Michael, and I guess through the tributes and the this and the that and the third. I don't know. Oh, good night. Thank you for coming through.
Bye.
That's how my brother's the same way, Kelly. Anything goes left, I call him first. Both my brothers. They don't play.
Ciao. I probably got to send a letter via pigeon to get my brother's attention.
I'd rather be friends too. Um, especially like the 3T cousins. Who else seems hella cool? Siggy. Like there's just some people you'd be like, man, come to NYC. You're blending right in. Like, I don't need money. Your friendship's better. Yes, Siggy is freaking amazing. He's funny too. It's a couple of things I miss. Um, oh, that's awesome. Thank you. So listen, I can't say it on this channel, but I'm using a very popular herbalist lifestyle person stuff to get me back to health. Even the stuff I just drank was a cleansing tea. So I'm doing much better. Saturday was no, Saturday was the worst day, like the worst. My dog, she sleeps with me, so she stepped on my neck, and I knew the minute she stepped on my neck, I'm like, oh, this is not good. Oh no. Hope you're getting better as well, Carol. I know. I think especially like us as women, for those who are women, or even anyone who's ever fell in love with like a first love or young love, it hurts different. And it's like they knew each other so long, like they were young, and then they grew up into adulthood. And I'm like, this is how you repay her? You sleeping around with married people, people in the industry. Come on. You suck, chicken dancer. Yep, damage
Mhm.
is done.
He
Um,
he would fake like change his voice too. Like at some points it was like normal, then other times it would be like all low, like the vocal fry. It was I was like, what in the world?
okay. Yeah, I my guess a lot more fans watched this than non-fans, but they wanted to know what was going on. And there's nothing wrong with that. Well, the one that Jin, I think the one she did the last one, um, the MJ project, the that person was like, no, we need to like know what to defend. So there is no right or wrong in this situation. We listen and we don't judge. Um, if you can see it without giving the views, do it that way.
Yeah.
But we made that clear. Whatever you guys decide to do, as long as you don't like represent the fandom as being crazy, like just you guys did a good job. I was lurking on Twitter and stuff. AJ was not playing. AJ be throwing stuff every day, like receipts, 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 receipts.
There were some fans over here tweeting the hashtag LN2. I'm like, stop it.
No,
Stop.
no, I didn't catch that, but
They were watching it live tweeting. I'm like, hello? Are we not? We're not even in the same book. I was gonna say we're on the same page. We're not in the same book. We're not in the same genre right now, y'all. Can we get on the same page?
it's so good. Listen. Yes, Giga steps all over me. Thank God she's a small dog. But I remember the day I got sick, I'm not gonna lie, the way she was around my head, you could tell she was protecting me. Usually we sleep back to back. When I was sick, she actually kept putting her paw on my face like a human. I was like, I love this puppy so much. But eventually she stepped on my neck. I don't know what that was about. And I was like, wait, it's sore. But listen,
Yeah, he did.
yes, he did.
He did. I gotta put. I don't know if we could show it, but they had a nickname for him, and um, the girls would come out and they would like tweet and be like, he would act this way. He was weird. He would like take pictures with us, but like have his hands like in too close to certain areas or on certain spots. And I was just like, oh, okay. So I see what this is. This is a projection. This is a projection. And that's bad, but there's other things that's just like really makes his situation look like he needs to be the one that's needs like some sort of evaluation and locked up because I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that one, but he's projecting.
You know what sucks when we were watching the Wade Robinson receipts of how his behavior was when he loved Michael versus when he went against Michael. You look at his career, and actually, it was something to be respected. And I guess when his son came, he cracked under pressure. Being a parent is not easy. I was a foster mom uh, for a few years, and I also had custody of some relatives. Being a parent is tough. I've never had newborns. Hopefully, I will not, unless I have my own newborn or decide to adopt. But I felt like he just couldn't handle the pressure of being a dad. And like he didn't was it you could not you could think you can dance you got served part 4, how he fell through with that, and I don't know, like, I just feel like he didn't take accountability to the downfall of his life. I think in that same document, they were saying when you're a dancer, you have to get that next big, that next big gig to pay the bills. But he had the opportunity to stand on his own, and I just guess, nah, let me just accuse Michael. It'd be so much quicker, so much easier. And I'm like, no, bro, you have to work hard. Like, I to be on Michael's level, to be on Janet's level, to be on there's certain celebrities you could just tell they sacrifice a personal life to have what they have. And for you just to think you're just going to get it, no, you have to work hard for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you want to start your own business, get into YouTube, um, even be successful at a 9 to 5. You want to get to that next step, you have to work hard. Hashtag hard work pays. Well, not according to Captain America. That's a whole different story. But I don't know. I'm telling you, like, I don't know. Wade's interesting, but it goes back to him being an opportunist, his mom showing him how to be that way, and him just pretty much not taking ownership to his own anything. So, congrats! It's a good read that I would highly suggest. I would highly suggest all the Jackson books. You have Starting Over with Latoya, The Were Brothers I from Jermaine Jackson. Janet Jackson's book's a good one too. Oh my gosh. I'm
Mm-hmm.
drawing a blank. But all the Jackson
Dance in
books
the Dream.
huh?
Dance in the Dream.
Janet?
No, Michael.
I didn't read that one. I only read Moonwalker.
You gotta read that one.
Okay.
Gotta read that one. He
I know.
said that
Good.
that was his favorite out of the two. I think because he felt like he could be more open with his story.
I feel like I have to do a refresh on all their books, including Michael's. I don't know.
Like physically, or
You mean like to work harder or to, to have the allegations or Dancing the Dream is better, full of poetry. Okay. I need to get that. He was never going to get a regular job. That I can tell you, Serena. He was never going to do a regular job. When you're this is the only downfall about being I don't have celebrity friends, but I have friends. Some of them have a really good life financially, and sometimes you want that for yourself. But I was always inspired by my friends, especially their parents who had that kind of money. Like, put in the work, and if it's meant for you to have it, you're supposed to you have it. If I don't have it, I'll have it in heaven. I may not get it on earth, but the point is, like, I never thought like, well, let me use the people that are around me. No, I always, and sometimes people like try to pay for certain things for me. I won't let them. I'd be like, no, I have to figure out how to get these things for myself. Not saying I never have help. I don't want people like Trish is lying. I do get some help sometimes. But sometimes people, instead of like working hard for themselves, they just try to find a shortcut.
yeah.
Like, could you imagine being exposed to Michael Jackson's life? What was what was that family that kind of moved in with Michael and then they overstayed their welcome? That got visas or something? Was it
Mm-hmm.
them? Hot
Mm-hmm.
mess. Hot mess. Mm-mm-mm. No, trust me, I don't always want to come home. Sometimes I want to stay with in my friends' fancy little co-ops and condos and houses and be like, do I have to go home? So we got some people that, right? We all need to read that. Yes. I said, could you imagine the hot mess of a story? And at least you were a witness to their behavior and how they act.
Yeah.
Jenny was like, let me tell you, Michael was over them.
Like to see that firsthand.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's that song from the Jacksons? That's what you get for being polite.
Man.
Michael was like, this is what I get. And man, well, you never
Star
want
was
to feel sorry for helping people, but you sometimes like people are less things and you got to figure out, what I could
mm,
imagine.
Star. Oh my goodness. When I heard the stuff that he did, that little boy, I know not everyone grew up on whoopings, but he needed his butt whooped. I'm sorry. He go in timeout. He needed to go to some sort of, I don't know, military school, something. That little boy. What? There was listed more stuff that he did than Gavin. And Gavin's supposed to be the one that was trying to accuse him.
Well, I remember they were saying like they were rude to the help. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they were breaking into the liquor bar. They were just doing some really weird stuff, you know, just bad. Baby, as Rocky said, baby's kids.
Yeah. Baby's kid, for real. I'm like, that's a whole little child. What does he know about these things? What is he doing?
I know.
It's the
Also,
upbringing.
wow. I could not imagine. They got it from their mama.
Mm-hmm. JC Penny scammer.
No, that's crazy. That she told her kids MJ locked himself in a room to get a break from them. Mike got tired too. Yes, he did. Yes. Very entitled. I was shocked. They had so much information that Jennifer was showing on her live stream about yeah. And those are the kind of receipts that I think pisses me off that Michael even had to even do the 2005 trial. It was more like what was that thing? Ghost. It reminded me of Ghost, but in real life.
Yeah.
Like it was some kind of weird mob lynching.
That's literally what it was, a legal lynching they was trying to do. That's what they was trying to do.
Man. Yeah, we need to get into this part 4. Some of y'all will not make it, and that's okay. This is 2 hours, but this has been an amazing hour with y'all. I would never guess. Like that. Listen,
Going to Toys R Us.
again, I can't get into details, but recently someone told me a horrific story about SA in their life. And I got this weird luck. People always tell me about these situations. And I listen because something, I guess, in my energy lets them know it's okay to say this kind of story to Trisha, which is fine. I have no issue with it. And I think I get pissed when you hear the insanity coming out of James and Wade's mouth. And then when I'm dealing with real victims, real people that will never be okay, it just
Mm-hmm.
pisses me off. It really does. It really effing does.
Yeah, and it's like they had even showed a clip of the Sundance like film festival thing, and there were actual people in the audience that were there, and they were getting brave, speaking up, and now they're believing like, oh yeah, Michael's guilty, da da da. But they were sharing their own stories. Like one guy was talking about how when he was a kid, something like that happened to him, and like he got on the mic and was talking about it, and they were just like, I didn't see no remorse from them, like, oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you, like you were young. They were just like, it's kind of like they were just like soaking in all the praises and stuff. It was weird. Like, why wouldn't you say like, "Oh, I'm
I
sorry"?
feel your pain too.
Right. It was weird. More weird behavior from them.
Oh, it just confirms what we're saying. they're not they're not like us. Like there's not a one size fits all of how somebody who gone through things like this act, but there are common factors. Remember in a recent thing on Gen stuff, they were talking about behaviors, and Wade and James did not show that either. Like it's just interesting.
Yeah.
Oh no, we are definitely putting it on the screen. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. The last watch party, YouTube police came for me. It took 12 hours to fix it. So the good news is if you're in this live, you don't have to worry about anything getting cut off. But if you're trying to do the replay, some of that stuff did get cut out. Music, it was a mess. But I got it. I saved it. Oh, that's cool. I forgot Tevin Campbell was there. He wasn't there that the night I was there, but Carol was there the night before me. So I was just like, uh, I'm not gonna lie. After seeing this series, even though we have two more videos with Jen, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm angry that the Jackson family has to keep going through this crap. Like it's just dumb at this point. It's dumb. It's even like, even though we still have another documentary coming out from Taj, it's annoying that he had to even have to do it. Like the proof is there in Michael's favor, and the public has ignored this for almost the whole time until now. Like these movies been out for like what 5-6 years now? That's crazy. Oh, for sure. If we can avoid any more drama in my personal life, I might even have some station head parties for the things that I miss, like Austin Brown and TJ. No promises. I can't control my personal life, but if I can, of course, Tash Jackson when she comes out. I be honest. I hope it's this year. Um, but the only good thing, the more that Taj waits, the more stuff he could add to it because it's a developing story too, which is so weird, but it is. Yeah, but I hope it comes out this year. But I trust Taj. I trust his timing. Um, I think Taj is like Siggy. Like they'll let you know you're not gonna f with my uncle. Period. Like so. Yes. With all the character witness of all the people involved, I cannot believe Leaving Lies Part 1 came out, Part 2 came out. It's crazy. That's awesome. Thanks for the update. So, and I mean, we heard from Taj in December, and just trust the timing. And you got to also keep in mind, guys, they have some things going on with their career, and they're still dealing with the death of Tito, which now's been 6 months. So I trust. I'm trusting Taj. I'm trusting the timing and everything, and it's probably going to be the icing of this cake. You know.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I feel like he's gonna have some good stuff in there, like key things. never before known to the public, seen, heard, stuff like that.
Heck yeah. So we believe in your Taji Taj. Let me now hopefully this will not get cut off. Um
Oh Lord, that
um,
duration.
I know. Listen, if y'all have to go, I get it. But I think each and every one of you guys in general, like some of y'all have reached out to me personally, uh, even in this chat. Thank y'all for just joining Jennifer and Ray and Tori and Rocky and Jess and everybody. Just thank you for just supporting all of us through all this, because this has been, I'm not gonna lie, some of it has been a little tough to watch, but I'm glad we all got to see this together. I know I missed something just now. Oh no. Oh, that's actually a beautiful dream. Oh. I mean, you never know what people are going through personally, but unfortunately, it sucks to lose your parents, and they lost both. I lost both, and sometimes there's unforeseen things that come with these kind of losses. So, shout out to TJ. TJ was in did y'all see the story about TJ and how Tito loved that town so much and called TJ 3 in the morning to show him the town? I said, that's something my crazy mama would have did. Like, Trish, what you doing? It's like, it's 3 in the morning, mama. I don't know. That would be awesome for sure. There's some stuff going on with 3T. Definitely next month we will be celebrating the Jacksons for sure. Catch you up, 3T stuff, Hill Los Angeles stuff, anything that's just going on, music we missed. This whole thing with Michael. I even might do something for Tito. Something TJ wrote kind of inspired me to just, so we got more to come. It's just y'all keep messing with Michael, and we had to do a detour. All right. We're gonna watch this. If you guys need us to pause, let us know. And if anybody wants to jump on, let me know. I could put the link in the chat. I'm feeling brave today. So actually, let me do that real quick. How do you invite a guest? They changed something, girl. There we go. There we go. If anybody wants to jump in, there's the link. Even if you want to just jump in to comment on something and jump off. So this is and on Station Head, we do that sometimes. People will jump in for a couple of minutes and then jump off. So if you have something to say, touch that link right there. And then when I see you pop up, we'll pause it, and then you can talk, and then you come back down. Just don't curse, please. My mama, even though she's no longer here on earth, she hates cursing.
It's all up to the jury now. Deliberations in the Michael Jackson trial have finally
arrived here about 45 minutes ago. They've been deliberating now for the past 35 minutes. This
12 hours, 45 minutes and counting. The jury's been deliberating almost 24 hours. Still no verdict, but it is
less than 1 hour. We are supposed to find out the fate of
the
Michael
jury
Jackson.
has reached a verdict in that Santa Maria courthouse.
And now the jury in the Michael Jackson case has reached a verdict within the hour.
Susie?
I may have to eat crow later, but I'm going to go out there. Guilty on the moment.
All set. We got a new person. Hey, Jay. Nice to meet you.
What's going on, y'all?
Chilling.
Hello.
Oh man, it's nice to meet y'all. Real cool.
You've been in almost every, right? He wasn't every watch party, right?
Oh, well,
Well, I
just
haven't been able to
about.
make
Just
it.
about.
Right?
I didn't keep track, but just about.
I think we see you in almost everyone. I was like, oh, I see you, Jay.
Yeah, showing love to the man MJ, you know, and trying to do my best to support.
You guys did an amazing job collectively. Like the fans did not disappoint this time. So
I think y'all are doing an amazing job, man. I know probably said that in one of the comments before, but I wanted to actually say it to y'all and say y'all doing a great job. And I think Michael's kids and his family will love what y'all doing. And I think that Michael's smiling from ear to ear, watching y'all stand up for him and support him and trying to clear his name in the best way you can.
no, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. It's the least we could do, man. Because I was just like, Taj told us about this in December, and I'm like, there's no way. And then when they released the date,
Oh, Taj, I've been watching Taj. He's doing his thing too. Yeah, he's doing his thing.
there's no joke. He's a beast for his uncle. And it's
Oh
like,
yeah, the Joe. You see the Joe in him come out. Yeah, you see the Joe in him. He got the grandfather and he's fighting him along with him. You know what I mean?
without talking in specifics, the stuff that goes on in Hollywood is mind blowing. And the fact that like people legitly do stuff in the open, no one says nothing. You got Michael, zero proof. And y'all coming for him like he's still alive, and two, like you got evidence.
You got two major artists in jail right now. You got Diddy in jail. You got R. Kelly in jail, and there's more evidence against those two than there ever was at MJ. So it's like y'all messing with the wrong dude, or y'all looking at the wrong dude. I mean, this dude done had 10-year FBI investigation, and they didn't find a single trace of anything illegal or anything inappropriate with kids. Macaulay Culkin defended him, and he still defends him to this day. Corey Feldman still defends him. So Emmanuel Lewis, Aaron Carter, rest in peace. He defended him on Vlad TV. So it's like, come on, like that's like four people right there that's been around Michael since they were kids themselves, and neither one of them had any axe to grind with him or any financial motive to come at him with lies. So it's crazy. And Aaron Carter actually said that his mother actually tried to come at MJ in the wrong way, and Aaron Carter wasn't having it. So I
Yeah,
think that
wanted
speaks
Aaron to
volume.
lie. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad when I heard that. They said he drowned in his tub or something like that. Yeah, I heard about that.
If my mom tried to make me lie for a check, I would not look at her the same. I'll be like, that's crazy.
Like me and my friend was talking about some of the things we seen as children from adults, and I'll be honest, it's disappointing. I can see why people turn out to be messed up, because sometimes adults do things around us not realizing we're seeing what they're doing, whether it be illegal stuff or bad behaviors, or sometimes adults tell you to lie so they can get the movie tickets cheaper. Those little things shape your mind. One of my friends has kids now, and I'm like, don't ever do anything in front of your kids, ever.
They see everything, even when you think they're not seeing it.
Exactly. Like, don't do anything that's questionable in front of your kids. And she was talking about like how one of her kids peeps some of the things she was doing, and she's like, she realized even though they're little, they're seeing what she's doing. It's like, not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying, like,
That's true.
don't do things in front of your kids or kids in general, because it's just like all that stuff is impressionable. So it's just like, you know, you got
Yeah,
parents
sponge.
telling your kids to lie on Michael Jackson. Like, what kind of parents are you, bro? Like,
They looking for that. They looking for that MJ payday. You
man.
know, they may be struggling with bills or something like that, and they figure, hey, we got a billionaire for a friend. You know what I mean? That stuff goes to their head. What's up, Jenny? How you doing? They were foaming at the mouth. Oh, snap. But the MJ community is a strong community, and I dig that. Everybody's on one accord trying to defend somebody who meant a lot to the world. So I think that's dope.
Man, I think it's crazy, and we said
Hey,
this in the
Jenny.
beginning of this series. Like, people were like annoyed that we even had to do this, but of course we knew we had to do this. And I'm like, I never thought this would still be a conversation. Was it 6 years after the first one? I'm like, this is still a conversation?
2019, yep.
This is
Hmm.
dumb.
And the crazy thing is, the first one they did, that was what, 4 hours long, and the one they recently put out was only what, an hour or two.
It was like 50 something minutes.
Yeah, so they trying to, you know what I mean? Like, they're trying to get their Hollywood on, but it's not going to happen because, you know, they already trying too hard, and if he was really guilty, they wouldn't have to try this hard to look for something that's never going to be there.
Yeah, they grasping at straws. In the
Like,
first one, there were so many weird inconsistencies. I even heard they had to cut some of the first one out, like a good
yeah,
chunk of
they
it
had to
out.
cut the lies out. Yeah, they had to cut the things they would get caught. So they had to make a way to not let that come out. Otherwise, their cases would have been thrown out right then and there if those lies came out. Brandy Jackson already exposed a lot of it, you know, especially on Wade's side. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, how in the world was Wade abused from 7 to 14, and Wade, his mother, and his sister Chantel didn't move to Hollywood until Wade was 8, going on 9 years old? Somebody need to help me understand. I mean, that's crazy because they were still in Australia, you know what I mean, when they left. So it's like Michael wasn't around you. He was a busy man, like touring, doing his thing. So it's crazy, man.
Right.
Who debunked how Michael? Somebody was like, how could Michael have done this many times and he's never really at the house himself? Like, they would say, like, Michael would have kids at the house or people at the house, but he would never be in his own house. So how could
Yeah,
that happen if Michael's not even there?
because Brandy even said, I think she said it on a interview that, you know, her brother Siggy and them, they would show up to the house and kids would come, and Michael is nowhere there. He's on the road. He's recording music in the studio. So it's like people would come there and he wouldn't even be there. So it's like, come on, man. Like, this dude can't be everywhere all the time. You know what I mean? You
That was
gotta.
one of the problems. So I remember one of the ding dongs had said this happened this day, and they were like, Michael was like across the world. What are you talking about? So it was stuff like that's what the fans that debunked the first one. Y'all need to work for the FBI. That was amazing. Because
They
I'm like,
did their homework.
yeah, I'm definitely not a super fan. I think I'm not a normie. I'm always in the middle with everything.
But it's okay to be a super fan. Like, it's okay. Like,
No,
you know
no,
what I
I'm
mean? It's the
not.
media
But
that
I'm
tries to
glad.
make that weird.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's good to be a super fan, especially in this case, because that's how it got debunked so quickly.
Oh yeah,
I was like, how do y'all know stuff like this?
they do. They do their due diligence. They go to work. Yeah,
Michael
yeah.
knew
They
his
do their
fans
thing.
could have his back. They knew and I think, like, even the stories you heard from Jenny, I believe Renee had some stories, and Reva. Most of them met Michael, and the ones that didn't still got to be at the house because Michael was that dude. So I'm not sure if
Yeah,
I know if Renee met him because of the signing, but I think they all went to Neverland, all these people, and they were just like, and I mean, I've met so many people in Cali. They're like, oh yeah, I was at Michael's house. He wasn't there, but the house was open to us. That's amazing. You got your house open to strangers like that?
I hope to be as chill as his brother MJ, because he was letting people in his crib like you wouldn't believe. You know what I mean? Just regular everyday people. He give them a tour around his house, and I'm like, that dude was special, man. You know what I
You're right.
mean? Name any other celebrity that does that, especially on his caliber of fame.
I
Give
can't
them
think
a
of
tour. Regular people walking through your crib. Everything is free. You can have all the candy and all that stuff. Ride the rides and all that for free. Like that's, you know what I mean. Like MJ, he was a different kind of dude. Much respect for that.
Yeah, like
Go ahead,
that
Steve.
the trial, like Chicken Dancer keeps trying to beat this narrative, like, oh, Michael made me get on the stand. Like he kept bothering me about it and bugging me and bugging me and bugging me. When in reality, he offered himself up to be a witness.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. He willingly came to do that. Tom Mesereau even said that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he was like, yeah, and I was just, I just had to get up there and lie on behalf of Michael and da 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 da. And that, that's the narrative he's trying to push. And then 1 minute he's saying this, but the next minute he said, oh, I had repressed memories. It was traumatizing. My brain protected me so I wouldn't remember it. But you apparently remembered it on the stand, but you say you lied to help Michael. That doesn't add up. And then after that, in 2007, Michael wasn't even in the country, I don't think, at that point. Michael let him go to Neverland to film some video or something that he was doing with his wife. And it's like, if that was such a traumatizing place for you, if you were supposedly forced to be on the witness stand, why would you go back to Neverland?
I tell you one thing. If a dude did that to me, there's no way in the world I would want to be anywhere near him, let alone want to get married on his property.
I don't know if it was like a wait. Hold up.
Like that's some
He
next
did want to get
level.
married there, didn't he?
Huh?
Yep, he did.
That's crazy.
He did. That was exposed too. Not a lot of people know about that.
We're way messed up. If you're claiming that Michael made you go on the stand, he also made you do the tributes and go on the Opus. You did stuff after he died. Some of the best defending interviews about Michael Jackson came from Wade when Michael died. I'm done with this dude. He's a liar. Like, no one made you say that stuff once he died.
Oh, and that video you guys had on before when it was showing Wade when he was young with the blonde hair and he was part of some rap group or something like that in the early 90s. That stuff was, where did that video? I've never seen that video before. That was real. That was something else right there.
When I said Jen found some videos for us to see,
Jenny, you the best. I love you, Jen. You the best. You the best. You know what I mean?
It was like, because at the end of the day, some of us as fans have been attacked by either friends, family, or strangers about liking Michael Jackson. So when you have people like, no, I did my research, I'm still standing by him, and you're sharing the information with people, like I only saw Square One. I don't think I saw anything else until this month. I was like, I can't believe all this stuff is out about Michael's innocence, and they still pushing this narrative. But shout out to the media. Y'all got it right this time. Y'all finally got it right.
Some of them still be acting a little lost, playing a little silly.
The jabs are still there, though. The jabs are there.
Mm-hmm.
But
they can't help themselves with that. They can't help themselves. They just, as the way they look at it, they just doing their job, even if it is messed up. You know what I mean? They just see clips.
Somebody would say sorry to not only Michael but his family. I think that is very long overdue to that whole entire family.
I'm definitely concerned with the MJ fam. You know what I mean? His mother, his elderly mother, who's still kicking, and his 3 beautiful kids that he brought in this world. I don't think that they deserve to go through this. And Taj, much respect. I watched him I actually watched his last live stream that he did with Big Al from Neverland, and Brandy was on there too. And they had a nice convo. I thought that was dope. You know what I mean? So I definitely give all my respect to Brandy, to Taj, and everybody who defends MJ. You know what I mean? And definitely a big shout out to Prince, Paris, and BG. You know what I mean? And Paris, I can't wait for a new album to come out so I can listen to that like I did the first one, Wilted. She had some bangers on there. I ain't gonna lie. I still
Oh,
listen to it to this day sometime.
no. There was one song Paris did.
Was it
And
Cosmic?
oh, I'll look it up. But I remember it got me to let a lot of things I was suppressing. Like a lot of, it was almost like she wrote this song for me. And I was just like, I wanted to thank her. I was like, because sometimes you gotta let some stuff out. So
Would y'all
Paris,
have her on here?
Paris Jackson?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if she would call on him, but since you know you invited, I met her. She's a sweetheart. Her smile lights up a room like Janet and Michael. I'm like, it's
Yeah, she definitely got her pops in a lot of them, and she's definitely tall like them.
and the eyes are, it's crazy. She got Debbie's blue eyes, but they're wide like Michael's. So when she looked at me, I was like, damn, she pretty. She's amazing. She's so amazing. Like, and sometimes
And
people are so
Prince
hard
is
on her.
dope. Yeah, Prince is the man. I like Prince. He's
Has,
dope.
Michael's heart 100%.
Oh yeah, definitely. I see he definitely, and I know that, and Taj, he brought this up in one of his interviews, and I didn't really know about this really until I looked it up after a fan wrote in a question on Taj's live stream and asked him, is it true that Prince has vitiligo? I'm like, what? I was glued to the set. I'm like, wait a minute, I never heard that before. And then Taj answered it. He said, yes, it is true. I was like, oh my God. So I looked it up, and apparently they talked about it on, I think it was Inside Edition or something like that. They were showing pictures of, I guess, Prince, they were traveling in Hawaii, and Prince was getting out the pool, and one of his arms was up, and you can clearly see it was like a depigmented spot on his arm. You can't miss it. I'm like, oh my God, that's crazy. You know what I mean? And apparently MJ, his autopsy revealed that he actually had it.
Yeah.
And people were still trying to find ways to say that it wasn't true, but facts is facts. You know what I mean?
But I feel like facts have been ignored with that whole entire family out the gate. I was like, when are y'all gonna start messing with them? I remember there was a fan who was like, Michael Jackson's mother is not Catherine. And I'm like, are you being serious? And they used to come on my channel, other YouTubers' channels, and be like, literally like bully us for not believe. Get up, get out.
Wait a minute. Did this person start off his video by saying, "Hi, I'm John. He thinks that Diana Ross is Michael Jackson's real mother and Smokey Robinson is his father."
Exactly. I'm not doing this with y'all.
I went back and forth with that dude a couple times. You know what I mean? And I didn't have any. Yeah.
It's one of those things, like it's always something, whether it's from regular people or media, and I'm just like, this family deserves an apology, and they deserve to be put in history books and deserve to be celebrated for what they've done for the world, not only in the music but in their giving acts. There are so many things people, even things, just being around the Jacksons, like they're so cool. Like they're so cool, and they always give, whether it's with their time, good energy. That's like, when are y'all gonna wait? Hold on. I mean, I just saw that you paused it. Wait. Hold
Look
on.
at the caption what Nancy Grace is saying on the screen.
What does it say?
she said she may have to eat a crow later, but she's gonna go out there, basically say that Michael was guilty. She was a firm believer that he was, and they were doing like weird stuff, like silly little games, like making mockery of it. I'm like, y'all do realize this man is literally fighting for his life, but laugh it up, I guess.
Wait, let's use it to like.
Oh,
Well,
Jenny, she letting it loose now. What's up, Jenny?
so let's go back to like 1995 or even 2005. We didn't have these kind of things to debunk it. You're going by people's perspective of what a quote unquote adult should be acting like.
True.
That was the problem. But even I don't know where I saw or read this, but somebody was even saying like Michael preferred to be around children because there was like different like the thing about adulthood, or when you're interacting with an adult, sometimes it becomes inappropriate because and that's my whole thing with where I kind of feel like I'm more like Michael in that sense. Adults tend to drink, get high, have a bunch of sex, or talk about how much they hate their lives. That has been adulthood presented by me for like decades now. When you're around children or younger people, it's about hopes, it's about dreams, it's about having fun, it's about living. So what I get it most, especially like celebrity adults, it's probably even way worse. I know in New York, that's everything we do rotates around drugs, alcohol, sex. That's why I don't hang out. I'm like, well, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I'm not promiscuous. So where do I fit in this world? And then when I do stuff that's considered immature, oh, something's wrong with you. Are you emotionally did something happen to you in your childhood? I'm like, because I like to have fun.
It's a
But you don't
beautiful
think
thing.
no, but just think about it though. Like they feel like you're Michael Jackson. You should be smashing groupies and you should be, living it up with the other people in Hollywood. I mean,
That wasn't his style. That wasn't his style.
his
He was.
style was to share his house with people and enjoy having fun. Like to me, real fun is like stuff from my childhood. Like adulthood, a little overrated.
That's cool. That's cool. Everybody got got different walks about them.
Yeah,
That's cool. Cause
I was like, what do you do? I mean, if you're a parent, then that's different.
oh yeah,
Host,
responsibilities. Yeah.
Jim was like, look at the screen.
Oh, hey Jenny, what's going on?
Hi.
How you doing?
Oh, I didn't know I was on yet. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to come on at this exact moment because I was watching an interview with Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco, who I love both of them. I think that they're amazing. And Benny was talking about Selena and he was like, she just loves children, how she grew up and how she was in the spotlight as a child actress. And she gets it. She likes being around the children. And the person who was interviewing, I'm like, yeah, I understand. And I'm sitting there like, well, why is that okay? Why? That's exactly what Michael was doing, like helping kids because of his childhood. And, God forbid, but then like Selena, it's fine to do that, which anyone's fine to do that. Like Selena was a star at age 5 also. But that was going through my head was how they're like praising her for helping the kids and like feeling comfortable around them. And I'm sitting here just like, but Michael can't do it,
Right.
I just saw that today. That's why when you're talking about that, I had to jump in because I was like, other people can do it, but not Michael.
But not Michael. Exactly.
But not Michael.
So, it had to be something sinister with him, but everybody else is gravy. Everybody else is good.
Yeah, exactly. Literally about anything, about everything.
I think it's just, I guess people can't think that some adults don't want to participate in adult activities. And again, I mean, there's nothing wrong with sex. I don't know about drugs though, but it's like if you're someone like Michael, how many people can you sleep with? Like, for real.
Mhm.
Like, there's some celebrities, I'm like, don't y'all ever get tired of sleeping with a bunch of people? That's just my thought. Like, don't you ever get tired of that? Like,
Oh, but Trish, this is something I don't know if anybody's ever asked this question, but I'm gonna ask it over on here and see what you guys think about this. How is it that they don't want to believe that Michael Jackson was into women, but they would rather believe he was into people like Macaulay Culkin?
exactly.
Like he don't want to take a
people
woman, he don't want to take a woman out, but he'll take, you know what I mean? Like they just have this weird thing where they don't want to accept the fact that he was a regular guy who, you know what I mean? He kept his private life private for a reason.
Well, what we've always said is the weirdest thing to us as Michael fans is that people want him to have done all these things. People want him to be an abuser. People want him to have hurt the kids. Like, who wants that? But people say that. Like, so people want to think that he was taking Macaulay Culkin out. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there was a clip on one of the documentaries we were watching, and I think it was, I'm trying to remember which Jimmy we don't like over here in the I think it was Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes.
Yeah, the TV host.
A weird segment where like somebody from his show had a bouncy house, and he was like, oh yeah, I lured in the kids in the bouncy house and I'm collecting them for Michael. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. Why are you making mockery of the concept of snatching up children so they could be used in a nasty way?
That was so inappropriate. Let me tell you something.
How is this funny to people? How can these people write jokes about child abuse? I don't understand.
So
I can't believe that came out of I can't believe that came out of his mouth. My goodness.
It was to have the kids in the background and the bouncing. I was like, there's nothing funny about that at all.
But he's always trying to make nasty jokes about Michael, so I would, he's always trying to push the envelope with that. Yeah.
There's nothing, by the way, funny about child abuse.
No.
For
Not
all
at
the
all.
people that were trusting me with what they have been telling me for decades now about what's happened to them as children, it never goes away. It's nothing to joke about ever. And I'm just like, the fact that, like, I was like, that's not funny. When I saw the kids in the background, I said, there's nothing funny about this at all.
And the whole audience is laughing.
Yeah.
The whole studio's laughing.
Mm-mm.
I mean, he was at court. He was outside the courthouse back in the day, and there's a picture of me and a video. I'm standing behind him, and do you remember the guy named Jake Bird who would stand in front of the courthouse and pretend to be a fan, but he was working for Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah, that's the one that was in the bouncy house.
Okay, so he was going to the courthouse, and this still blows my mind. So you're at a court trial about child abuse. You're sending somebody to fake be a Michael Jackson fan at night to support and to make jokes about it, though, in front of the courthouse. And he had fans all around him, and you can see me behind him at one point. And when I realized what he was doing, you see my head just duck out and go away because it was so embarrassing. But how do you can you even think of another murder trial, abuse trial, anything where the Tonight Show sends correspondents there to make fun of it?
That's beyond words.
Doesn't even make sense. It
doesn't. Turn into a circus.
They really tried to destroy this man's reputation and his legacy in the worst kind of way by bringing up saying that he was giving a cancer child alcohol to prepare him to be assaulted.
Yeah.
Well, it's like what I just said in the comment when I said for the Arvizos. So the timeline is Michael started abusing Gavin after living with the Bashir documentary aired. So you're telling me that Michael woke up the next day and was like, you know what? The whole world thinks I'm abusing Gavin. I'll just go ahead and start right now because that's what the timeline says that he does.
That's crazy.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
How does that make sense? Oh my God.
When I was younger, something happened and one kid came out, and then next thing you know, it turned out like mad kids came out. And again, it's not a one size fits all kind of situation, but there's usually patterns. It's usually just not one person. It's usually a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like one of the biggest scandals I've ever experienced when I was young. And it was just like, that's why I was just like, the story's just not making any sense. And getting back to one of the lives that Jen did, there usually are behavior issues when they grow up to be adults. Especially Wade. Nothing checks the box. Nothing. I'm like, dude, get off the stage. Like
he broke up Brittany and Justin's relationship while he cheated on Brandy, so he clearly didn't have a problem with his confidence.
Sometimes, usually, when a male's touched by a male, they turn out to be gay or bisexual. Not in all cases, but most cases. But you always with chicks 100% all the time. Again, it's not everybody, but it's just certain things. Like just nothing was added making sense.
Nothing makes sense with them at all, ever.
Yeah.
The fact that they still trying is mind blowing, especially after all this time. And they're getting older; they're not getting younger. So it's like, how much longer you going to keep this up?
Oh, they're gonna keep going. It's
I mean, what's
their
the name?
name.
I think what is it? Safe Chuck is almost 50.
He almost 50?
Safe Chuck, he's older than Wade. I think he's about 47, 46, something like that.
And he was being weird, showing his son on the BS too. Just had a child out there.
Wasn't it Wade that had a kid out with him outside?
No, I think that. Well, he might have had his kid out there too, but I know I saw Safe Chuck.
Okay, because
that's right.
Wade had his kid out there, and he looked like he was 4, but Wade's kid is like 15 or something. So we were trying to see like, okay, well, if they had Wade have a small kid out there pretending to be his child when his child is 15, but now I don't know what they were talking about. So
no, but I was like, why? What's the point? Like, it felt like he was using his child as a prop. Just like, what was the point of having your child, and like, what correlation do you have with that? If anything, if you're someone who's like, I want to speak out against child abusers and you would want to protect your child.
Why would you have your kid? Yeah.
So I'm like, y'all can't even lie right.
Or when the mother was talking about meeting Michael Jackson with so much love and admiration, I was like, didn't he touch your kid? Like, are you nuts? Like, everything about that mockumentary was a hot mess. I never saw part 1. I might see part 2. It might not. I don't even care at this point.
It's a waste of time.
I heard that Wade, if I'm not mistaken, he brought up Paris in one of them. He's saying that she's part of the reason why he went up and said what he said on the stand.
That made no sense though. So listen, if Michael is quote unquote an abuser and you don't want to separate him from his parents, who cares? If the parent is an abuser, then your job is to quote unquote let the courts know that, oh no, he did touch me, and then like the kids will be taken away. Like that doesn't make any sense. If Michael quote unquote is an abuser, then the kids being separated from him would be the best outcome. So you saying you did it for Paris and freaking Prince made no sense to say it.
Oh, now I remember. It was because I believe Taj said that it was the day before his testimony.
Right, and he was like, "Oh, I saw Prince in Paris," and I was like, "Oh, no, dude, like no."
He said it was at a dinner at Neverland, and Taj was there, and Brett Barnes. Yeah.
Wait. What did Wade say that happened? What? I'm confused. Sorry.
He said that Paris came up to Michael and was pulling him and trying to get his attention, and Michael was not really paying attention to her. And he said, according to Wade, he said that's when I knew I had to save him. So he went to court the next day with his wife or fiance Amanda, and said that Michael never did anything because he was scared that his kids would lose their father.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, that don't make sense. If you apparently know,
Oh my God.
oh, this person is an abuser and they happen to have young kids, and you try to keep the kids, you look like a bad person, so that doesn't make sense.
That makes no sense.
I
And
know.
apparently it was the day before the testimony, because he said that Brett Barnes and his family was there. It was supposed to be a dinner at Neverland or some kind of eating thing going on at Neverland, and Brett Barnes and his family was there, and Wade and his family. So like he tried to use that as a reason to say why he lied, or use that as an excuse on why he lied on the stand.
But didn't Taj or someone debunk that, saying that dinner didn't happen in the order that Wade said it? Like, in other words, the dinner happened after the fact, like after the court?
Yeah, after, not before. Yeah, that Taj corrected that. Yeah, and he said that Brett Barnes
out here and say this stuff as fact, because especially when it's a group dinner, because guess what? Everyone else in the group is still here pretty much. Like, it's not like he's saying it was a one-on-one. No, he's saying all these people were there, and then they come out and say, no, that wasn't it. That was not right.
Yeah, I saw Brett Barnes. He did an interview on MJ Cast, and I watched that from beginning to end. And Brett Barnes is a pretty straight up guy, so I don't think he was lying about nothing.
No, he's very credible. And yeah, we just did the newest MJ Cast on last Friday, and afterwards that came up about his interview and how Brett was really, not that he didn't want to do it to defend Michael, but he's never spoken up before. But he felt like, they put his name out there. And
yeah, that was wrong. That was wrong. They put him and Macaulay Culkin's name out there.
So he just said, you know what? I mean, he agreed to do it because they put him out there.
I'm to be honest with you, Jenny, I'm surprised that Macaulay and Brett Barnes didn't sue HBO or or Dan Reed for even putting their likeness in the first film, as listing them as Michael's new quote unquote lovers or something like that.
Well, I remember Brett tweeted like something about that, like take my name off the screen or something, but I don't know like the details behind that. And maybe if he could, he would have. Maybe something was preventing them. I don't know. Because if it was, I think for Brett, if he could have sued, I think he would have. So I feel like there's something in somewhere that prevented him from suing. I don't know. But I don't know that. I'm just guessing, but
that's true.
He recently had tweeted because there was like these articles coming out, and they were putting his pictures with Michael when he was a kid and trying to say it was either like
it was Jordy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that's not me. Please take my stuff down. He kept like having repeated requests, and they just weren't listening or like taking it down.
Yeah.
You disrespect the dead, and you're disrespecting someone who's actually alive.
Alive, who can say that is not me.
Right.
What? It's just so crazy how the media can just get away with anything they say.
Well,
did they have to? This is kind of off topic, but did they have to get like your permission or Andy's permission to use that clip of you in part 2?
So yes, so Andy, which and the MJ cast they asked me about this. Andy sat down with Dan Reed like about a year ago for an hour or so, and Andy had his cameras recording because like Michael did with the Bashir thing. So
smart.
Yeah, and Andy told him from the beginning, when we talk, I'm gonna have my cameras, and Dan Reed said that was fine. So they sat for over an hour, and of course there's only like 30 seconds of Andy in it, which is why he put his own YouTube out. But anyways, so Andy contacted me maybe about 2 months ago. It might have been just after the new year, maybe. And he said somebody from Dan's team reached out and wanted to use this clip of him and I'm in it from his show. And I was like immediately I was like, are you kidding? So he sent me the clip, and it was just that 3 seconds. Me, basically, all I'm saying, if you've seen it, no, not everyone's seen it. All I'm saying is, we as fans in 2005, we became lawyers. We became investigators. In 2012, in the Conrad Murray trial, we were doctors and anesthesiologists because we do our research. That's what I said. So when Andy asked me, I was like, I was a little bit scared. So I called Taj to get his advice. He didn't tell me what to do, but I needed, like, who's closer than him to talk to about this. And him and I both agreed, like, at least now, Dan couldn't come out and say he tried to reach out to people on MJ's side and everyone said no, because after the first one, the biggest gripe from everybody was it's one-sided. There's not one person on there for Michael. So I talked to him, and I still sat on it for a few days, and then I just told Andy, just do it. Like, I don't know how he could twist up 3 seconds of this, but all I'm saying is we do our research. So I did not know until last Tuesday when it came out that my clip was even going to be in there. Someone wrote me in Europe, because they're 6 hours ahead or whatever. So they wrote me and said, you're in it. And immediately I felt sick to my stomach, because now I'm just always going to be in this thing. But I mean, it needs to have people that support Michael in it. I know that. But for me personally, it was like, it was just weird. It was a weird feeling. Like, it's fine that he used it, and I'm glad he used that part, but just to know that I'm even 3 seconds in it, you know what I mean? It was just
I don't even think it had your name on there, though.
It didn't.
So that's good. At least I'm like, dang, does it have her name?
Yeah.
Because it didn't have the other so-called fans' name.
No.
And like, your clip, it was fine. I don't know if they were trying to like twist a narrative or anything with you, but it seemed straightforward. Like, I got what you were saying.
Yeah, and I don't think that, and like I said, it was only 3 seconds, so I don't know how they would twist that, and it's all about placement. So I don't know, were they going to cut what I said up? Were they going to cut my 3 sentences up? I don't know. But I do know that I'm on I know Taj was on it in an interview, because someone sent me a clip, and it was Taj, and maybe it was 3T, then it was Andy, and then it was me. So again, I haven't seen it, but no, they didn't cut what I said up at all. I mean, I don't know what he was trying to do. I don't know if before that, if he was like making fun of fans. I have no idea. I don't know if he was trying to make it look bad, but that's what I said. We do our research. That's just what it is. That's what we do.
Yeah, I think it was a part talking about like the fans or the fans speaking up, or it was something like that. And then I remember around that time, I think they showed Andy, and then when they were talking about like the fans, they showed you and like what you had said, and then that was it. And then after that, I think it went into those weird fans I was talking about.
I never heard of them. I've never seen them. I don't know.
Like, I'm telling you, I know for a fact if I showed you them, you'd be like, who is this? I've never seen them. They were at none of the stuff that I was at. Like, because
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're okay. As big as of a fandom as we are, a lot of us know each other. You'll see a lot of the same faces, whether it's online, at in-person events and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I recognize none of them. And the last one that they had on there was this one man. And they used a picture of him when he was little. And I had to really pay attention. I'm like, okay, what does this picture of him when he was little have to do with Michael? And he had a Thriller album pin. And he was going off saying like, he just sounded uneducated. And apparently he's a known like Michael hater and like a Prince fan. So I'm like, oh, and not all Prince fans, but there are some Prince fans like Mr. Chris Rock that just are just like weird and obsessive about it, and they always like to knock Michael. And he was like, what, we supposed to overlook what he did because he can do the moonwalk? And he was calling the snake a hero, and he was like, yeah, she was a hero for allowing them on her show. And I'm like, whose uncle is this? Please get him off of here.
Wait, what?
Yes, it was in there, and he was just going
Wow.
on, and I'm like, what the heck? Who is this?
So all I'll say
Wow.
this is a year ago, no, maybe within the year, I was on Andy's YouTube channel because the guy that works for Dan Reed was trying to get in contact with like hundreds of fans, just fans in general, to come and be in this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people said no and declined. And then you had a few that said yes. But just know, I mean, like, but they were reaching out to anybody. You know what I mean? Like anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, that's crazy what you just said.
I
Yeah,
couldn't
apparently
believe that.
he
Wow.
wasn't like so. He was the last one. He wasn't like a fan. He was like apparently the story is like he was a fan. Then he watched BS1, and he's like, oh man, like yeah, I think he did it. Are we supposed to overlook it because he can do the moonwalk and da 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 da? And then the first two were the ones that kind of sounded like they were stumbling over their words. Like one of the guys said something like, well, it wasn't enough convincing for me from the first part. And then whoever's interviewing was like, oh, it wasn't convincing enough to you. And he was like, well, I'm sure, they probably did. It was something that he said where it was like, wait, are you trying to allude to that Michael apparently did something? Like it was his wording. Like it wasn't like a complete denial of any wrongdoing on Michael's part. And I was like, okay, who is this so-called fan? Where did they get him from? Because it's not sounding right.
Fan, right. And they were probably stumbling over their words because they trying to read a script or something. All I know is when Square One came out and we went over to London and Amsterdam, we had a Q&A after, and at least 5 people stood up and said that that they thought Michael, either they thought he was guilty or they weren't sure. And after watching Square One, no, they thought that he was guilty. And after watching Square One, it made them go do research and they realized Michael wasn't guilty. So, and that I feel like that's so much more the case than, oh, I always loved Michael. And then I saw, how can you see the first one and believe them? So anyways, I find it harder to believe that you watch it, you think Michael's innocent, watch it, and then you think he's guilty. It's way more believable to think people thought he was guilty, watched it, did research, and now know the truth. Because in case people said that to me, people would stand up when we were on our panel and say, I don't have a question. I just want to let you know that I thought he was guilty, and then I saw it, and now I don't. And so that was my favorite thing that came out of all that, is especially in 2019, it was worse than it is now. Obviously, no one's talking about it now, like the second one. But even back then, just to hear people say that they all just have to do research, change their mind, and now whatever, they think Michael's innocent. So anyway.
I've seen a lot more cases where like other like celebrities, for whatever reason, I'm like, y'all know how it is being a celebrity. If anything, I feel like y'all would have a little bit more insight on how it is and like the rumors and stuff, because I'm sure every celebrity has faced rumors and stuff, but they were sitting there watching it and like calling Michael out, posting on the little Instagram stories, talking about, I watched it. It was so disgusting. I stand with these victims and these men. And I'm like, are y'all serious right now? And Taj was the one that pointed it out, like the filming techniques that Egghead was doing. Like,
Yo, Taj was on it.
The blue filter to make it look sad, and like your subconscious is automatically like wanting to think of them as like, oh, inferior, something happened to them, and then the camera angles looking down on them. And even in this one, it was like a gray, gloomy look to it, that like the color grading of it. And I'm like, he know what he doing. He know what he doing.
100% knows. The music, yeah, the coloring, everything, the camera, yep, everything. He knows.
Trying to make it into a motion picture.
I have to go walk my dog, but it was nice talking to you all.
Nice talking to you, Jenny. Hopefully next time.
Yeah. If they're on when I get off, I'll jump on. Trish,
all right.
Bye, girl.
You have a good night.
Bye, you too.
All right.
Trish kind of looked frantic when he got off. I mean, when she got off.
She okay?
Sorry, something is going on. I'm just going to play this for a second, and I'll try to be back as soon as possible. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay, Trish.
What's happening?
Molestation counts. Everything else after that, gravy for the crop. I'm saying a guilty verdict.
This was a
Oh, it's not on the screen.
And I will eat crow if they don't get this guy on something.
I absolutely think they're going to convict on child molestation.
I think there's going to be a conviction on the molestation, Kimmy.
I think you're right, and we may be having crow pies.
They're going to turn here and then take a right into the courthouse. And
not guilty of child molestation. Michael Jackson not guilty of handing alcohol to a minor. Michael Jackson not guilty on every single count.
Not guilty on all 10 counts.
Michael Jackson now officially not guilty.
マイケル・ジャクソン被告の裁判で and 14 times, a total of 14.
Not guilty on all counts.
Not guilty on all counts.
Not guilty of child molestation.
He is not guilty. 10 times he's not guilty.
The accuser's mother could not be believed, and her kids who accused Jackson of child molestation could not be trusted either.
We saw these witnesses. For the most part, they were horrific witnesses, in my opinion.
Stedman did not have a case, and yet he prosecuted Michael Jackson. Had it been anyone else, Michael Jackson or that other person would not have been a corpse.
I can't say there was anything that convinced me to say guilty ever.
The evidence in the case, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing.
This was a setup. It never would have been brought if it was in any other county. Tom Stedman has had this grudge for 13 years.
This piece of garbage called The People versus Michael Jackson to a grand jury. It was presented and the state paid the price.
There was nothing in that closet that was able to convince any of us of the alleged crime.
I went in there with the courage to convict a celebrity because I really believe in doing what's right. And witness after witness, I was more convinced of the innocence.
A non-African-American jury. Right. No one can look back and say that this was another O.J. racially motivated verdict.
This is a jury in a very, very conservative part of California. A jury that, by all markings, looked like a pro-prosecution jury. And if this jury had no doubt, none of us should have any doubt whatsoever.
Thank God Michael is vindicated for all time. Now maybe people will leave him alone.
Michael Jackson walks away a free man, acquitted on all counts.
It's an important day in Michael Jackson's life. He hugged his mother, he hugged his father, he gave all of his brothers and sisters a kiss, and he saw his children, who are the most important thing in the world.
We started to cry more and more with each not guilty. There were more tears. At one point, he even put both hands to his eyes to stop the flow. The lawyer for Michael Jackson lost it. When she lost it, I lost it, because she was so, throughout the whole trial, she would look at the witnesses, not move. She would just stare at them the whole time. She never slept. And she was always so alert and everything. And then to see, my gosh, her emotions just come pouring out. That was just,
He looked over at us. In fact, I made eye contact with him when the last part of the verdict was read. And he kind of just mouthed. He didn't openly say it, but he just kind of like said, you know.
And there were some tears.
Yeah, he was crying. Yeah, he was crying.
Wow.
They singing that BS joint.
That reporter don't look. He look like he don't know what to do.
Oh, shoot. They singing the verse.
Are they singing Tom Sneddon is an A double snake hole?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jenny said she was.
Yo, that is crazy.
That's wow.
Here he is, Michael Jackson. Here he is, Michael Jackson is walking out of the courtroom right now. We see him. There's a little bit of a smile there.
suppose he's as stunned as a lot of other people are, surrounded by his father
That is not
and
a
his
smile.
sister and other family
Nah,
members.
there's no emotion at all. He just wants to get the hell up out of there.
Visible emotion on his face?
Not at that moment. He did look stunned and exhausted.
Oh man, that took everything out of him.
He was never the same after that.
Damage was done.
Yeah, every last car looked the same. That's whoa. Oh, they were at the gate? Wow, that's fans outside the man's gate. Wow.
This is one time that I'm glad the justice system actually worked.
I know, right?
Justice system be playing.
In addition to 70 sheriffs who went out to get Michael, the amount of evidence we had in this case was bigger than any huge federal case you can even get. I mean, for us, handling Michael's case was handling like 100 cases all at once.
Sending 70 sheriffs to raid Michael Jackson's home in a search, it was putting more experts, more sheriffs, and more investigators on this case than they do with serial killers.
Replay this back if there's a not guilty verdict, and you can all have the last laugh, and I will eat crow. I may have to eat crow later.
We may be having crow pie together.
Well, I'm having a crow sandwich right now. It doesn't taste very good. And for everybody that's been watching the case, as we go to break, I'm having a little crow sandwich on the set tonight, and it's not going to taste good.
Are you sure? Are you sure that this gigantically renowned guy walking in a room had no influence at all?
Even after the acquittal, the media didn't accept the not guilty verdict and went on to accuse jurors of being biased, starstruck fans. It's understandable why they never accepted the verdict, as their dream of $1 billion industry had crumbled and came crashing down. Jackson's acquittal was their loss. And even after a clear not guilty verdict, their propaganda against the vindicated man never saw an end, which continues even to this day. Media analyst Tim Rattle said, "So what happened when Jackson was acquitted on all counts? Red faces? Second thoughts? A little soul-searching, perhaps? Maybe one expression of regret for the rush to judgment? Nah, the reaction instead was rage, liberally laced with contempt and the odd puzzled expression. Its targets were the jurors." On Fox News, Wendy Murphy labelled Jackson the Teflon molester, and that jurors needed an IQ test. She further added, "I really think it's the celebrity factor, not the evidence. I don't think the jurors even understood how influenced they were by who Jackson is. They basically put targets on the back of all, especially highly vulnerable kids that will now come into Michael Jackson's life." Lorraine Kelly stooped particularly low. Don't forget the kids still at risk, Jacko's own. She called Jackson a sad, sick loser who uses his fame and money to dazzle the parents of children he takes a shine to. The Washington Post commented, "An acquittal doesn't clear his name, it only muddies the water." Both the New York Post and New York Daily News ran with the snide headlines, "Boy, oh boy." Diane Diamond said, "He walked out of court a free man, not guilty on all counts, but Michael Jackson is so much more than free. He now has carte blanche to live his life any way he wants, with whomever he wants, because who would ever try to prosecute Michael Jackson now?" According to Nancy Grace, Jackson is not guilty by reason of celebrity. In the British tabloid The Sun, Jane Moore said, "If the jury agree that Janet Arvizo is a bad mum, and she is, how did they let Jackson off?" She added, "Michael Jackson is innocent, justice has been done, or so the Looney Tunes gathered outside the courthouse would have us believe." She went on to question the jurors' mental capacity and dismiss the American legal system as half-baked. Some even went to greater extent to discuss his race and openly make a mockery out of it. Journalist Tucker Carlson says, "Which race? He spent 20 years trying to be whiter. gets indicted, and all of a sudden he's black with Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. Another one says he had a jury of his peers, middle-aged white women. Remember, majority of these news channels were liberal channels who presented themselves as vocal advocates for black people, but their inner racists couldn't hold back when it came to Michael Jackson.
After he was exonerated, everybody just went on to the next story. It was like Natalie Holloway was the next story. It was like, oh, okay, he got exonerated. And the next story is Holloway is missing in Aruba. Wait, so no one's going to say anything about why he was exonerated or whether it was true? Or
and when they came out and said innocent, 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 a lot of people were disappointed.
Media was disappointed.
Yeah, because that wasn't the story they wanted to run.
I think a lot of people in the media were very embarrassed and humiliated by the acquittals. They were predicting that he would be convicted. They were almost salivating about him being hauled off to jail. The build-up to his being sentenced to state prison would have been big ratings for them. And I think when he was completely exonerated with 14 not guilties, I think they were just embarrassed. I don't think they quite knew what to do.
No one said, oh my goodness, we're sorry. We reported all the wrong things. Let's make the record straight now. No. In fact, they ignored the not guilty verdicts, and the paparazzi went right into, oh, we think he might have molested another boy, or wow, somebody else came out of the woodwork.
The media worldwide were out to get Michael Jackson. The money was in a conviction. Barry Gordy, who founded Motown, told me after the acquittals that you cost the worldwide media billions by those not guilty verdicts, because the kind of copy that his being convicted, remanded to jail, the build up to a sentencing, which would have been the biggest sentencing in world history, was something they wanted. You know, this was big, big business. They were doing everything they could to spin a conviction.
The trial was ludicrous, and the fact that the media wouldn't let up and that the public never saw the truth. Oh, that was told, oh, a positive book about Michael Jackson. No, we don't want it. You want to write a pro-Jackson book? No, we're not doing it.
An innocent man. The $4 million trial is over, and Michael Jackson is free.
On all accounts, back home at Neverland, a free man tonight. Michael Jackson is not just free on bail. Michael Jackson is free.
Jackson will be walking out of this courtroom a free man.
Free man, fully vindicated.
Jackson is a free man.
Surely he was free, but did he really survive? Little did the media know or report that Jackson was brought to the hospital immediately after the verdict was read. Everyone who followed the trial saw what a horrifying toll it took on Jackson's physical and emotional health. He was skewered alive by everyone for their own greedy reasons. The media treated Jackson like a prop in a sideshow act. They didn't care about him, his family, his children, his friends. They knew the Arvizos were full of inaccuracies, but they didn't care. They could report the facts, but they simply refused to do so. Same ones said that Jackson's deteriorated health was an act and that he would moonwalk out on the acquittal. But the truth is, he never really recovered from the trauma.
What toll do you believe that trial took on Michael?
I think it killed him. I think the trial killed him.
Wow.
I agree. They're talking about the trial 2005, right?
Yep. After he won.
You saw it in his face, you'd be like, oh, that ain't Michael.
That man talking about, oh, he's walking out kind of with a slight smile. No, that man is not smiling. Like, yeah, he got vindicated.
He was broken.
But when you've been, and you know, if it's happened to you, you know, we've never had to endure like all that he had to endure, but like in everybody's everyday life, I'm sure most of us have been accused of something. And it's like, even though like you get vindicated in a way, that damage is still there. Like you might not trust people anymore, or, you know, your friendships or relationships were destroyed because they might have thought you did something, or, you know, or maybe they weren't there to defend you or something like that. You know, you just, it changes you a little bit, even though like, oh yeah, like I was vindicated. And it might make you like just question everything. and he was very paranoid the last few years of his life.
He had to be. You know, he went through a lot.
You could see him shrinking during the trial physically. When it was over, he called me, and he finally called me after it was all over to thank me for being fair to him, because nobody else was. They all were out to get him in one way or another. And I said to him, Michael, how was the trial for you? And he said it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. And that was true. Michael was a very sensitive and gentle soul, and he was not up to this. He became ill over and over again.
As the trial got closer and closer, he became more paranoid, more frightened. I mean, it is a frightening prospect when every time you turn on the television, think about it, someone is saying you're going to go to jail for 20 or 30 years and good riddance, and he's sick and he's a pervert and all the rest of it. I would often be with him and watch with my own eyes when he would retreat into a fetal position. He would crunch himself up in the corner of a couch. He would be in a room. This is not when the children were around, obviously. He would be in a room where the blinds were drawn and no sunlight was coming in. And he would cover his ears in the way children sometimes do when they don't want to hear a parent tell them they can do it or can't do it or something. And I found the only way to, when he behaved like that, was to be a parent and to be stern with him and tell him, you know, you've got to man up here.
I mean, if you put all these accusations together, they were saying he was a monster. And you take an extraordinarily sensitive, gifted, vulnerable person like that and make him sit there 5 days a week for 5 months, not to mention the stressful build-up to the trial, where the media coverage was terrible. And you know, every day he knows if these strangers choose to believe the prosecutors and the police, you know, I'm probably going to die in a California state prison. Now, as we all know, on verdict day, he just looked horrible. He looked like his cheeks were sunken in, that, you know, he hadn't slept for days. He looked very, very haggard and paralyzed with fear. He was exhausted. He was just, he had trouble even walking.
This was a trial that, in essence, was a life and death situation for Michael Jackson, something from which he may never have recovered. And in fact, let's face it, he didn't recover. He died trying. He died trying. He was split. The trial broke his spirit.
The dozens of agencies investigating him left no stone unturned, while the press bullied him, tormented him, and dehumanized him pitilessly. Being arrested, handcuffed high on his arms, dislocating his shoulder, locking him in a toilet full of feces, being publicly shamed, and his mugshot slapped on every newspaper. This was the treatment of the most famous person on this planet. He was verbally, mentally, and physically abused, yet some people think he got a lesser punishment. Yet some people believe that a black man in America accused of molestation, investigated by dozens of agencies, racist, hateful police and DAs, brutally prosecuted, his accuser testifying with an all-white conservative jury, somehow got away with decades of molestation. They did everything possible to get this man behind bars, yet people think he got off easy, thinking he got off for being so powerful and rich, yet he couldn't buy off the media. The FBI released files in 2016 that proved his innocence even further.
Michael Jackson was one of the most famous people on the planet. It turns out he was also the target of intensive FBI scrutiny.
It was just one of the revelations from newly released FBI files.
Very interesting, Robin, in all of these pages, hundreds of pages, many, many hours of investigation, going to the Philippines, going to Chicago, going all over the country. There's not one scrap of evidence that Michael Jackson ever harmed a child, did anything wrong, committed any crime. It's almost...
I just have to pause.
Wow.
This is supposed to be on the humanitarian. Wait, You know, he'd be like, "Am I watching the right one? All right, I'm sure it's going to change." I'm like, "Wait a minute."
Wow,
Man,
that's something.
I remember in New York, we were following this, and something told me he was going to be okay in terms of like the verdict. But I did want to be in Cali, you know, releasing doves and stuff too. But I never thought he was going to go to jail. But I knew it, like this broke him.
Definitely.
Almost a vindication when you look at this. The FBI looked at all of these matters and said, there's nothing here. And I think that's the most startling thing which I've seen.
Jackson brought many people so much joy, but in his case, clearly fame had a darker side.
For 15 years, Michael Jackson was literally the most police-investigated person of the 20th century. Over 100 police from LAPD, NYPD, Santa Barbara PD, FBI, DA, Sheriff's Department, all had him under a microscope. He was the most bullied person in history. Bullied by the police, bullied by the media, bullied by the public, bullied by lawyers, bullied by ex-employers, bullied by ex-friends, bullied by music labels and more, and yet he still saw the goodness in the world. Even though he was acquitted on all counts, the allegations broke him from within. The trial had left him so devastated that he never visited Neverland again. That's what they wanted, and they sadly succeeded. He left America and went on to live in Bahrain for some time. His own country had put him down in all possible ways.
He went to the Persian Gulf for a time and became more reclusive and more suspicious.
Is he going to come back to working?
I don't think so, except maybe in Europe.
You don't think he'll ever live in the United States again?
Well, really, why should he? He's been treated like dirt here.
Neverland is me, you know. It represents the totality of who I am. It really does. I love Neverland.
Neverland was once a paradise from which an innocent black man was evicted by destructive police officers through evil accusations and house searches. Michael was Neverland. This connection should never have been severed. Neverland is still a beautiful place on Earth. It is still magical, but the magic of Neverland is no longer the same without Jackson.
I won't live there ever again. I'll visit Neverland. It's a house now. It's not a home anymore.
Every single A-lister had gone completely silent all this while, but went on to praise him when he died.
All these people are coming out of the woodwork now, trying to pretend that they loved him, they cared about him. And I happen to know, because I was in the inner sanctum preparing his defense, that many of these people refused to get involved at all when we needed them. There were a number of celebrities who've been on television professing their great love for him.
Celebrities' loyalty is hard to keep intact.
A lot of people turn their backs on him.
Or each other. They're so funny. Like, I'd be like,
And a lot of them were at his memorial, I heard.
Some of them even got up and spoke.
You see, he's like, when we needed them, where were they?
Right.
Cut the lights on, they ran like roaches.
But shout out to the ones that never waver.
Chris Tucker, one of them. He still reps Mike to this day. I would see him on his Instagram live dancing. He was golfing somewhere and they had someone put on a Michael Jackson song. He's dancing. And somebody said, "You still kicking with the wrong leg, Chris."
Listen, I think Breezy has been somewhat punished for standing by Mike. I don't find it a coincidence, some of the obstacles he's facing.
Chris Brown? Oh, yeah, that's right, because he wanted to do a special performance for Mike, and they stopped that. Yeah.
And he gets snubbed similarly. I mean, granted, Chris owns his masters, so I'm sure that might be an issue as well. But he stands with Mike. I don't find it a coincidence, you know, he gets some of that snubbing too.
And Evan Ross has been vocal about his support of MJ, Diana Ross's son.
Mm.
Yeah, he's always rep Mike, and he speaks good all the time whenever asked about him.
I don't know, but he's like,
I know when we
these
approached them
people
that
are
they
fake.
refused to cooperate. They didn't want to get involved.
Very few of his friends actually remained by his side during this period of his sheer pain.
Michael Jackson had a lot of people in his life who turned on him, betrayed him, manipulated him, used him,
Good to know.
betrayed his confidences. It made him, in many ways, very lonely because he didn't know who to trust. In the middle of the trial, he would call Susan Yu, my law partner, and he would call her in the middle of the night, and he would call me then in the middle of the night, and he was crying, and he would say, you guys are doing so well, please don't let them pay you off. And I would say, Michael, what are you talking about? He said, I know they're going to offer you millions because they want me to go down, and they see that you're doing a great job, and Susan Yu is doing a great job, and they're going to pay you. I said, Michael, nobody's paying me a dime. This is not the kind of person I am. And I got a feeling he was so used to people betraying him. He was so used to, hoping that someone was his friend, and then suddenly they have their hand out, or they're trying to get a project out of him, or they're trying to get money from him. And loneliness, unfortunately, was a major issue with Michael, because with all that fame and talent and fortune came all the profiteers and the people who were governed by greed and selfishness. And Chris Tucker and Macaulay Culkin, I will never forget, because these were two young entertainers, at the height of their fame. They had people around them telling them, don't get involved in that trial, don't help Michael Jackson, he's going down, your career is going to be tarnished. And they both said to me, whenever Michael needs us, we're going to be there. We don't care what anybody advises us to do. Agents advising them, don't get involved. And they didn't care what they said. They were going to help Michael, and they wanted the truth to come out. But you only find out when you're in trouble who your friends really are. Mm-hmm. And Michael was devastated about a number of people who just were not there to help him in the way he expected.
To me, he was the loneliest soul on earth. He knew he was going to be smeared by half of the people in his life, if not more. He knew it. And here he was sitting alone in that SUV. I'll never forget his face. And I wanted to cry, because no matter how many people you think love Michael, he was alone there, and he was facing what could have been something that would have killed him.
I want you to give it up for the king of pop, Michael Jackson. Congratulations on winning the World Music Award, Diamond Award.
This was his first public appearance after his acquittal, where he was being presented with an award. Many artists refused to grant him the award, as they considered it bad publicity. Beyoncé was chosen at the last moment. Only Beyoncé agreed to hand over the award to him. Nobody wanted to be associated with him. Funny, right? How Hollywood and the music industry that considered him the blueprint, shed crocodile tears after his death, were actually absent during the time when he was being tortured. Jackson's role in revolutionizing the music industry was acknowledged by conveniently disowning him and turning their backs on him.
And much love to Beyonce.
It's the swag. It's the swag for me. Can we just get a...
By conveniently...
Can we get a slow-mo on the Michael Jackson walk? Yes. Love this man. Oh, we got to mute for real.
Yeah, shout out to Beyonce for handing him that award.
Heck yeah.
Day, news outlets had published the story of him being booed off stage during the award ceremony,
they lied.
when in reality, he was welcomed with so much love and respect.
Nah, they loved him.
Oh,
Wow, he picked that American flag up.
Same people who betrayed him.
Oh man.
Threw his jacket in the
Oh
crowd. Yeah, he was feeling it.
no, Michael, why would
no,
you do this?
I would have passed out, my dude.
Oh my God. I know they was fist fighting.
Look, you see the
Oh,
fight,
shoot.
right?
Nothing had changed.
Give
The
me an
euphoria
arm.
and magnificence obvious, and was the evidence that the media couldn't succeed in turning the public against Jackson.
The king is back.
Michael's so dope, man. Look at this love. You can mute it and you can feel it. You can feel this, man.
Is she on the cell phone? I know she's telling her mom, he's here. He's here.
I think Chris Brown was at that show.
Was he?
They showed the part where everybody was around
Jackson
him on
was
stage.
surely acquitted, but he had become
Oops.
and ridicule for the comedians and movies who never once took heed of that innocent man whose life was at stake before cracking obscene jokes about him. While he was fighting for his life and trying to rebuild his name and career, the comedians and media continued to mock and ridicule him simply for their ratings.
Michael Jackson had his room specially decorated with 2 huge photos of Shirley Temple. But don't get the wrong idea here. Michael Jackson is a homosexual pedophile.
Is it true you even have inflatable children? 2. And I notice you have tape up here so that you don't leave any fingerprints on the kids. Yeah.
Another kick, get the
The
fuck out
crazy
of
thing
here.
is Jay Leno was
Yo,
on the
that's
witness
how much we
stand.
love Mike.
Crazy thing is Jay Leno was on that witness stand defending Michael.
Oh yeah, they said that Arvizo's family came after Jay Leno too. They try to get money from him.
So how you do that and then go and turn around and do this?
My friend gave him that flag. Oh,
That moment
What
was
was
just
Vinny?
so symbolic.
wow, that's crazy.
Right? Here we go.
Jenny said her friend gave him that flag.
That's awesome.
Lucky. I wish I was there.
We love Michael so much, we let the first kid slide.
Michael, you have to be overjoyed you were found not guilty by the jury. Tell us, Michael, were you shocked by the jury's verdict?
I sure was. I never imagined in a million years that 12 adults would get me off.
Mr.
Oh,
Jackson,
that's
we
cool.
have unshakable evidence that you have slept with children.
Objection. I only sleep with little boys.
Michael Jackson's death is so tragic. He touched so many children in so many special ways.
People want to talk about Michael. Carlos, can you believe Michael Jackson did it? Can you believe Michael Jackson does anything? Look at his fucking face!
That's where the children at.
Where
are the children? Jesus, that's some bad taste.
Spent a whole week at the Neverland Ranch.
A week.
Straight up.
And you were over 18?
You were never
Oh, that's-
invited into the private.
Well, I was 26.
Oh, okay.
So I was a
All
little,
right. I know, but you were very boyish.
little out of the age
Look
range.
12.
To clarify, I'm as good at dating as Michael Jackson is at dating kids. Now, Michael is claiming racism. I'm going, honey, you got to pick a race first. If you go to Neverland, it says you must be this high to ride Michael.
No, Robin Williams, Don
This channel
Cheadle,
media puppets made a mockery out of such a serious issue while pretending to care
Jordan
about the
Peele.
integrity or welfare.
It's funny we had these conversations earlier this live. I had never seen this before.
I didn't know about the Robin Williams joke. Rest in peace to him, but I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
like, man, Robin Williams, Don Cheadle, and Jordan Peele. Got to add them to the list. Okay. Wow.
Welfare of victims. Jackson's fight with his own life was presented as a source of entertainment and chuckles.
So Eminem, oh my god.
Eminem went particularly
Man.
I already know I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Oh well.
Listen, I was young at the time, so I didn't really know about the Robin Williams jokes that he was cracking.
Oh,
1983
It's just too much to keep up with. It's too many people to keep up with, and that's just sad.
Well, he joked on everybody. He joked on Michael, MC Hammer, Madonna.
MTV, who all these years used Jackson as a tool for ratings, threw him under the bus when they became a big name. In 2002, Jackson was told backstage that he would be presented with the Artist of the Millennium Award, but only for it to be revealed as fictitious and later turned out to be fake.
So happy birthday, my friend, the King of Pop.
When I was a little boy in Indiana, if someone had told me that one day I would be getting, as a musician, the Artist of the Millennium Award, I wouldn't have believed it. This is really amazing. I can't believe it.
This gave the hosts and other comedians the perfect opportunity to take the piss.
I'd like to accept the Artist of the Millennium Award myself. I guess they're giving them backstage. Everyone's getting them.
Not only is it VMA night, but it also happens to be the birthday of someone that I consider to be very, very, very funny. I'd like to bring him out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Jack Black.
Oh, God. You guys, stop it. Seriously. Seriously, people. If someone had told me when I was a little kid that I was going to win the Super Genius of the Universe Award, I'd have said, you no way. You're crazy. And I've won it.
They humiliated him by deliberately presenting him with a fake award on TV. According to Jackson's makeup artist, after Jackson found out what MTV did to him, he went inside his car and cried for hours. We are all so busy trying to shelter our children from the bullies of the world, worrying about how to deal with the issue. Yet we missed the biggest case of bullying this world has ever seen. Michael Jackson is the poster boy. He endured years of torture on a global scale, with the whole world watching, while no one came to his rescue.
Tried decades in life and in death, but oh, no problem.
Throughout his life, he was subjected to humiliation and mockery. His love for children, often misconstrued and viewed with the lens of perversion. He grew up in a household where
You're thinking sexual. They make that sexual. It's not sexual. But we're going to sleep. I tuck them in. I put a little music on, and a little storytelling. I read a book. It's very sweet. Put the fireplace on. Give them hot milk. We have little cookies. It's very charming. Very sweet. Sure. It's what the whole world should do.
Do you still think that it's acceptable to share your bed with children?
Of course. Of course, why not? If you're going to be a pedophile, if you're going to be Jack the Ripper, if you're going to be a murderer, it's not a good idea. That I'm not. That's how we were raised. And I didn't sleep in the bed with the child. Even if I did, it's okay. I slept on the floor. I gave the bed to the child. Well, what's wrong with sharing your bed? I didn't say I slept in the bed. Even if I did sleep in the bed, it's okay. I am not going to do anything sexual to a child. It's not where my heart is. I would slit my wrist first. I would never do anything like that. That's not Michael Jackson, I'm sorry. That's someone else. You know why? People think sex. They're thinking sex. My mind doesn't run that way. When I see children, I see the face of God.
Why is he so attached to children?
Only way I can answer that question is all of my children are like that.
Is there anything that you would have done differently in raising him?
Well, the only thing that I feel that I didn't do, I didn't prepare my children for the world. They were sheltered. The world is evil, the world is wicked. And I didn't prepare them for that.
What parent can prepare somebody for Hollywood? That's a whole different world.
That's a whole different beast. Yeah.
Like, no loyalty to friends, backstabbing. Like, I thought New York was tough. Shoot. Cali, man, they'll lie in your face and be like,
They'll go to dinner with you and smile in your face and eat some good food. And the next day, it's like they don't even know you.
or somehow they got your role. Like, oh, I was supposed to play that role. Not anymore. She is. She's beautiful and she's strong. I
This
can see
Catherine
where
is such a
Janet
beautiful woman.
and I can see where her daughters get it from. Like, that's one strong woman.
I think that I also think it's kind of a cultural thing. Like, I know, like, in, you know, growing up Black, in the Black families, you see like the way Bobby Taylor was saying, like, you know, they shared sleeping spaces together and stuff. Like, my mom talks about it all the time. My grandma, she would open up this house to anybody. Took in cousins, raised them as like her kids, took in other kids in the family, like people in the neighborhood. Like, I just kind of think, because, you know, growing up Black, with the injustices we had to face, we've had to take care of ourselves, take care of our community and stuff. And so I just think it's kind of a thing that's embedded in the generations and stuff. And like, a lot of the people who are speaking of out, not all, but a lot of them are people who probably didn't have to like grow up with that, or is not used to that and stuff. Probably come from, like, you know, more so privileged backgrounds and stuff. And I don't know. I just think it's that. And then I'm learning more and more, like, you know, people talk about, oh, I want to heal my inner child. I want to heal my inner child and stuff. But like, you know, they're able to do things that are seen as like abnormal or different because of what they had to endure growing up. But it's just seen as, oh, you know, I'm so sorry that happened to you, you know, heal your inner child, da 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 da. Like, you know, they might go and get toys and stuff that, you know, reminded them of childhood and this, that, and the third. But here's Michael trying to have Neverland, you know, make up for lost time that he didn't get to have as a kid. You know, finally he's grown. He can make calls for himself and, like, you know, have his own sanctuary, because he can't go out and live in a regular old neighborhood. There'd be fans and mobs and stuff of like paparazzi and all that. And they're just like trying to villainize him for it. It's just double standards.
Yeah, I agree.
He had to make the best of it in somehow, some way. And I don't think he wanted his kids to grow up like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because he wasn't acting like them. It was just seeing. But like I said, like, I used to be like big into like the New York scene and this, that, and the third. And I remember one day I was like, how many weekends can we get drunk? Like, when does this get old? Like, I mean, I used to, and I'm coming from an ex-alcoholic perspective. Just one day I was like, how many weekends can we do this? Like, this is just whack. And I remember I went back to church, went back to college. And then when I came out of college, YouTube came into play. And thank God I found some MJ fans. Not saying all my MJ friends don't drink, all my MJ friends don't drink, but the majority of us don't drink. We chill out, no drugs, chilling. You know, like one time I remember Rocky was just running up and down in Harlem dancing till we're almost there. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's pure joy and fun. I'm not saying, you know, I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just saying, how many times can we lose our mind in a club? How many times? And you know, I know some people that are promiscuous. How many partners can you sleep with till that gets old? Like I don't know. To each his own, but Listen.
But you know what?
Hmm.
It's kind of a similar thing, except the way, Michael did it wasn't a bad thing. I'm sure the people who do that, what you're just talking about, just going to the club, getting drunk, trying to numb themselves and forget things that happened to them, they're coping with whatever possibly could have happened in their childhood or past.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
I'd rather be on the side of sharing my home, sharing my money, and what makes my you can't really see it, but this room especially has toys everywhere. It got expanded to the freaking living room. I was like, I'm just gonna build a place that makes me happy, and thank God my family's down for it. But but my grandfather was the same way. He used to have Snoopy all over his house.
Oh, he was a Snoopy fan.
Oh, big time. I have so much Snoopy stuff because of my grandfather. I was like, I just, it's cute. It was cute to see an adult.
Oh, that's cool.
I was like, that's kind of cool. My mom, me and my grandfather have that childlike energy like that. Oh, and my cousin's wife. What up, Angie? But, it's I don't know. I guess he's being demonized for not, acting like the rest of the people in Hollywood. And I'm like, not everybody, I don't know. Like I said, there's only so much you can do, or you can find yourself in bigger trouble. You might find yourself on islands you shouldn't be on. Just saying. Let's press play.
Michael Jackson, from the time he was that big, did nothing but perform.
Right.
No life, no kid life, no nothing. This guy, to him, hurting a child, he'd rather hurt an adult. If he was going to hurt somebody, he would never hurt a child. This is the last person in the world, because to him, they were the only people that understood him. And would you leave your children? Yes, I would. Yes, I did. I left my child with my...
Yes, Whoopi.
There were slumber parties at Neverland with children, in the presence of their families and not in their absence, which is what the media has always been portraying. Jackson never invited anyone voluntarily to his room, but again was generous enough to allow those families into his room simply because he had nothing to hide.
Okay, when you say boys, it's not just boys, and I've never invited just boys to come in my room. Come on, that's ridiculous. And that's a ridiculous question. I have never invited anyone into my bed ever. Children love me, I love them. They follow me, they want to be with me. But anybody can come in my bed. A child can come in my bed.
I've seen these children, they don't let him go to the bathroom without running in there with him. And they won't let him out of their sight. So when he jumps in the bed, I'm even out. They jump in the bed with him.
Sleeping in the same bed and sharing a bed have different connotations that are poles apart. Hence, the idea of sharing a bed was used as a last resort to drag him in the court of public opinion, when the media had no facts nor evidence on their side. They sexualized and criminalized it, making it out to be something which it was not.
Nothing happened, nothing really. We played video games, we played it as an amusement park. Well, the thing is with that whole thing is that, they go, oh, you slept in the same bedroom as him. It's like, I don't think you understand. Michael Jackson's bedroom is 2 stories. And it has like 3 bathrooms and this and that. So when I slept in his bedroom, but you have to understand the whole scenario. And the thing is with Michael is that he's not very good at explaining himself, and he never really has been, because he's not a very social person. You're talking about someone who's been sheltered and sheltering himself also for the last 30 years, and so he's not very good at communicating to people and not very good at conveying what he's actually trying to say to you. And so when he says something like that, people, he doesn't quite understand why people react the way that they do. Because I didn't react to him the way most people did. Most people like, Michael Jackson. And, he was a god to people. And to me, he was, I knew he was a pop singer, but beyond that, I wasn't one of the fans. I think that's one of the reasons why we connected.
Because I've been there. When his nephews were there, and we all were in the bed watching television, there was nothing abnormal about it. There was no touchy feeling going on. We laughed like children. And we watched a lot of Walt Disney. There was nothing odd about it.
The prosecutors, and I've heard tonight, he sleeps with boys, sleeps with boys, sleeps with boys. That
Well, we showed he sleeps with mothers, he sleeps with sisters, he sleeps with all kinds of people because they wanted to sack out in his room, which was about as big as this building.
He would hang out with adults too, and not just children. But that's one narrative media has been forcing upon the public. As Phil Collins had perfectly stated, when children see Michael Jackson...
I had that same thought, Maria. I'm like, so this is a very big Disney house. Lots of Marvel, lots of Star Wars. I don't watch classics, even though I grew up on classics, but hey, if it's Michael Jackson, we could watch some Disney classics. I'm here for it. I wish. I'm like, for me, my favorite things to do for fun is video games, Mario Kart to be exact.
Okay.
Disney shows, pick your choice. I love dancing. Like, that's fun to me. It's normal, right? I do miss Liz, and I love how she stood on business with Michael, no wavering.
Rest in peace to Liz.
They see a human being. When adults see him, they see money. By now, it is more than clear how the adults in Jackson's vicinity gruesomely betrayed and took advantage of him for materialistic gains.
And Michael was just so nice, man. You be around him and you just get happy, man. He would give you anything if you liked something. Like I was just complimenting a flat screen TV he had, and he gave it to me. I was like, Michael, I didn't want the TV.
He was extremely benevolent, compassionate, and very giving. He showered people with gifts all the time, which was again twisted and manipulated by the media to make it sound like some grooming technique.
I've been performing since I was 5 years old, so I haven't had what you've called an ordinary life, but I've been blessed with so many extraordinary opportunities and so many wonderful, wonderful friends all over the world that I wouldn't change a minute of it.
His life had become a prison. He could not even think of stepping outside without getting mobbed.
Whoa.
And that's the reason.
This is definitely someone that was imprisoned by his own fame. I don't think any other celebrity had a life this bad. Like, there are people famous like that, like for a minute, but this is like ongoing. That's crazy. So I was like, I could never imagine being famous.
Reason why he would often find ways to disguise himself, to conceal himself from the public, just so he could enjoy the basic pleasures of life. He was hounded and being stalked even when he was out for shopping for his new house. There were people who trespassed into his Neverland property through parachutes.
What?
He would even receive threats to harm his children. This is the reason why Jackson would go to lengths to ensure their security and mask their identity in the public eye. His life was a living hell. He couldn't even enjoy the basic pleasures of life that we in general take for granted.
It's my dream to go in a supermarket and just shop and be like everybody else and put things in a basket, because I can't do it.
He had friends who once arranged for him to go shopping in stores so that he could at least experience what it was like to shop on his own, but in complete isolation.
That's why I love disguises so much. I could sit on a bench at Disneyland and see what people really do and talk about. But when they see it's Michael Jackson, they change. I don't see the real thing, you know. So I want to see the real world, what it's really like.
I go around the world dealing with running and hiding. I can't take a walk in the park. I can't go to the store. I have to hide in a room. You feel like you're in prison. I can't go in the park. So I create my own park at Neverland, my own water space, my movie theater, my theme park. That's all for me to enjoy.
I wanted to have a place that I could create everything that I never had as a child. So you see rides, you see animals, there's a movie theater. I was always on tour, traveling, you know, and I never got a chance to do those things. So I compensated for the loss I have a good time. I mean, I can't go into a park. I can't go to Disneyland as myself. I can't go out and walk down the street. There's crowds and bumper to bumper cars. And so I create my world behind my gates. Everything that I love is behind those gates. We have elephants and giraffes and crocodiles and every kind of tigers and lions. And
if my uncle did nothing, he inspired people. We had an event going on up at the ranch one day, and I remember sitting up there, my Uncle Michael said, "Hey, we got a few people that were late." I go over and I drive to the front, and I pick up. It happened to be Bill Bellamy and Jamie Foxx. We pull out. So when you came into my uncle's ranch, you drive up, you see this beautiful lakes, you see flats and horses.
It's amazing.
Plains.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. But in the back, when you come out the back, you walk through the kitchens. There's an arcade. And then there was a hill that drove up right to the train station. Bill and Jamie get in the car. We drove up. They saw the train station. They said, whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. A black man owns this? This isn't, he's not paying for it. A black man owns this? Siggy, I'm sorry. Turn the shit around. He got on the phone with the manager. He said, this is possible. Everything I thought wasn't possible. This is possible. He said, tell your uncle, thank you. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for everything that's going on. Just to let me see this. To know it's possible, that no one can stop us on this.
And we have busloads of kids who don't get to see those things. They come up, sick children, and enjoy it. They enjoy it in a pure, loving, fun way. It's people with a dirty mind that think like that. I don't think that way. That's not me.
The gates of Neverland were open for everyone. He invited families to visit Neverland and enjoy the rides, even in his absence. There were Christmas trips to Neverland for underprivileged kids. At least 3 or 4 times a month, hundreds of sick, orphaned, inner-city children and adults were bussed in to enjoy the serenity, sanctity, and joyfulness of the Neverland Ranch. They spent their time exploring the ranch, riding in the amusement park, snacking on food and drinks, watching movies, and playing at the 2-story arcade, all being provided free of charge by Jackson, often during his absence. This is the activity that went on at Neverland. This is what Neverland was, a place for all to explore the beauty of life and bring out their inner child. The media never wanted us to know this, but rather to make us believe that it was just a few selected boys who were invited to the ranch.
Well, he was extremely humble, very sweet, very funny, very, very sincere, and just had a very, very gentle, kind energy about him. I spent a lot of time at Neverland. He invited me to Neverland. When you hear these ridiculous claims that Neverland was supposed to be some kind of place to lure people in, it's just outrageous. I've seen it for myself. And, the second time I went, I actually... I really broke down and cried because I saw all the beautiful things he was doing for, underprivileged people, children, folks of all ages. And it just really broke my heart that, we live in a world where someone who has nothing but kindness and goodwill to offer can be so deliberately misinterpreted and made out to be a monster.
He did so at Neverland, and his urgent mission to provide as much normality and love to children across the world. Each of his solo tours involved him visiting underprivileged children, whether to give away gifts or simply to spend time with them. Jackson also stated his belief that the perils of traumatic childhoods were a major problem in the world, leaving humanity devoid of compassion and understanding, leading to problems such as prejudice and greed.
Are we blind to the fact that our children are raging against the indifference, crying out against the abandonment, thundering against the neglect? Heal the Kids is about doing something about making a difference and trying to help adults and parents realize that it is our power to change the world that our children live in. Who among us would have believed that the sound of children at their playgrounds would be replaced by the sound of automatic machine gun fire at our schools? That the sound of little girls skipping rope would be overshadowed by the frantic shrills of children dodging bullets. Yet, instead of loving our children more, we installed metal detectors in our school.
Through his own personal plea for patience and understanding, Jackson hoped that listeners would understand what made him different, and that they also cared more for the neglected children across the globe.
People don't eat with their fathers anymore, their mothers. The family bond has been broken. It's an outcry for attention why kids are going to school with guns. They want love. They want to be touched. They want to be held. But they're busy off on their day job, and and they leave them at home on the computer, and they're just doing all kind of crazy stuff, and that's destroying our world. We need to bond.
James, my understanding is the Jackson family had an important role in saving your life one time.
Well,
What did he get you to stop doing?
from killing myself. I was on the roof. I was going to jump. He seemed to be familiar with my pain. I guess he knew I needed someone to talk to, and so he was at ear. So we just talked all night. Michael was a very calm person that knew what to do in dangerous situations. Everyone else would lose it. Michael wouldn't. He was the most calm person. He could get you to trust him. He could get you to stop.
With all the pain and the stress and the pressure that you had to cope with, did you ever, in your childhood, think about it's not worth it? Did you ever try
Suicide.
suicide? Yeah.
Definitely.
You
Definitely.
did.
You brought me back. You brought me back.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Will we always be friends? Will we always be friends?
Promise. We're the same.
Thank you so much.
We're the same. I understand you. I understand you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you.
This audio was secretly recorded in 2009 by Jackson's physician Conrad Murray after injecting him with sedatives. This audio was retrieved by the investigators after he was accused of murdering Jackson.
People leave the show, when people leave my show, I want to say, I've never seen nothing like this in my life. No. I've never seen nothing like this. No. It's amazing. It's the greatest entertainer in the world. I'm taking this money. I'm really shouldn't be. Biggest in the world. Why do I say every time?
I was thinking the same thing, Kelly.
Movie theater. Game room. Food. And you pray. The end of hospitals. The game room. The movie theater. The sickness. The depression. And I'm depression. All together. Care about the God wants me to do it. God wants me to do it. I'm gonna do it. It's hard to have no hope. No hope. That's next generation.
I think he was so messed up for recording this, man.
That's crazy.
Like, come on. Yes.
There's a special place in hell for Conrad.
Hell yeah. Like, who
You
does
don't pull
it?
no
First of all,
punches.
you're his doctor. Second of all, you know he's under something, whatever you gave him. So why would you record him? Like, what?
Even when Michael was on that whatever he was under, he was still speaking positivity even after all the stuff he was put through in life.
Isn't that something? Exactly.
That's bananas. Even when
Because
he's
some
at his
people,
most weakest state, he still shows signs of goodness.
That's true. Great observation.
We'll talk about the United States. Europe, France, and they walk around. The mother, they drop, they the psychological degradation of that. And they reach out to me. Please take it with you. Don't do that for them. Don't do everything. And that, what we're doing, more than I perform. I perform it to get there. I do. I love her because I didn't have a childhood. I had no childhood. I feel the pain.
This hurt so much to hear. Like, dude.
Heal the world. We are the world. Will you be there? The lost children. These are songs I've written because it hurt. It hurt.
I don't even think it was his voice. I think it was the voice of the paedophile demon that controlled his soul.
I'm gonna build a children's hospital. I'm gonna buy those kids a game of whack-a-mole. But I'm gonna lie under the game of whack-a-mole. Stick my to it. Project children's children's hospital.
what the heck?
Michael was heavily sedated, in poor health, and was being bullied to rehearse for shows he wouldn't have been able to keep up with. Yet all he could think about was using the profit from his This Is It tour to establish a hospital for children. We seriously did not deserve this man. How can we even remotely think of someone who talked about establishing hospitals for the needy and helping those who are indigent while being completely sedated at an extreme, vulnerable state to be guilty of causing harm to anyone, let alone a child? If anything, Jackson was only trying to protect the kids. He wrote songs such as Do You Know Where Your Children Are, Little Susie, and The Lost Children that spoke about the unfortunate plight of the children in society. While other mainstream artists were openly singing about their infatuation with underage girls and sex, Jackson made songs about protecting and cherishing children. He was very much aware of how the shady world of Hollywood operated.
I think, somebody once reflected and said, what Michael went through as a child, he had to grow up so fast that he related to what you went through as a child. And I think, in a way, he was trying to protect you.
Yeah, he reached out to me because a lot of things were happening, big and fast with me. And I think he identified with that. I mean, what I said in the very beginning, I was a peerless person. I was like nobody else in my Catholic school even had this much idea of what I was going through, or what he was the kind of person who's been through the exact same freaking thing and wanted to make sure that I wasn't alone.
Sorry, the music's probably gonna be an issue.
Wow, this is.
Isn't that something? Instead of they really should have made an issue that the doctor recorded it and released it. I'm like, who does that, bro?
Who was quarantined?
They still playing it.
This happened before. When I said they came for me, as Denny loves MJ, the copyright police came for me.
Wait, it's every time a song is on, right?
Yeah, so what happens is now YouTube at least will ask me, do I want to remove the music or share the revenue? But since there was so much music in the last live, I had to remove every single piece of it.
Damn, that's gotta
Then
be
when you get to the
draining.
last claim that you can share the money, I was like, no, just take it out.
That he was loved. Jackson.
Wow, it's gonna be a minute.
Oh, they still go.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
Described him as a child trapped in his mother's body. He loved spending time with kids and participate in playful activities by being like a kid himself.
Oh, me.
A paedophile on average has over 250 victims. Jackson had hundreds of kids around him, including their families at Neverland, yet there were only 3 accusers, all of whom went to civil lawyers and tried to profit from their allegations before ever testifying in any criminal proceedings. And then there are hundreds of families and children who are adults now defending him to this day.
Yeah, definitely definitely the love. He's like the best friend, except he's big. He's just like a close friend, like a family friend. It's like I've known him all my life and in the past life. He doesn't act overly emotional in that kind of way. He like loves you like he's your own father, brother, sister, mother.
They're always trying to, put words in my mouth for trying, make crazy stuff happen. We just had the best times. He's always been nothing but a great friend, not just to me, to my whole family.
Yeah, quick stand, applehead.
He always called us the family in law, my second family.
He really just was so humble and never really played off on the fact that he was, this Michael Jackson.
Were there ever any improprieties with you and Michael Jackson?
Never. Michael couldn't harm a fly. I mean, he's such a kind and gentle soul.
Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester, and I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester, and just a great guy. He took he's just had tremendous and really difficult last 10 years. His last 10 years, he's been living in hell.
Und Michael Jackson wirklich ist ein extrem verwundbarer Mensch, ein Kind, jemand, der nie erwachsen geworden ist. Das Lebensalter 44 ist auf dem Papier 44 gewesen wäre. Vor diesem Vater hat er Angst gehabt. Auf der anderen Seite hat er immer die Liebe seines Vaters gesucht und derselbe Vater hat sich über sein Gesicht, über seine Akne, über seine Nase mokiert. Und er wollte dem Vater gefallen. Man würde sagen, eigentlich perverserweise oder paradoxerweise, weil er hat ja Angst gehabt, aber er hat die Liebe des Vaters nie bekommen. Und dieser Liebe läuft er zeitlebens hinterher. Und was er jetzt macht, ist, dass er Kinder um sich sammelt, selber Kinder haben will, um eigentlich diesen Kindern Vater zu sein. Er ist also Kind und Vater in einer Person. Und das, was er mit den Kindern macht, macht er eigentlich mit sich selber. Also im Herzen eigentlich ein ganz reiner, ein ganz guter, ein ganz gutmütiger, ein ganz naiver Mensch. Nachdem ich das gesehen habe und mich mit seiner Biografie mehr beschäftigt habe und die Wurzeln gesehen habe, habe ich gesehen, er ist nicht der klassische Kinderschänder, der Kinder schändet, um seinen eigenen Lustgewinn zu befriedigen. Er ist also kein Pädophiler, sondern er ist eigentlich Kind, naiv. Er ist wirklich jemand, der sagt, er schläft nicht mit Kindern, er schläft bei Kindern. Und das ist ein Riesenunterschied.
I never felt love from him. And He would never hold me or touch me. And how do you feel today? I'm scared of my father to this day. My father walked in the room, and God knows I'm telling you the truth. I fainted in his presence.
Here's a question. Ooh.
Life in
Yes.
prison.
I
Life
think he
for
should have
life.
had life.
Life for life.
Because I don't understand how that is. I can't say too much because I have my theories, but I just think like he had too much qualifications apparently to let something happen like that. Like, and there were things he wasn't qualified to do that he was doing anyway. And that's how we lost Michael. And then when the emergency happened, he was doing things as if he was just like an amateur, but it's like, you're supposed to be like a really great cardiologist. You don't know how to do CPR? That's weird. Like, it was just I think he should got life.
No, you're right. Of course. But I don't know if we want to go down conspiracy theories.
So that's dangerous.
At the end of the day, though, well, Tori's right. The problem is because he has the qualifications that he has, you need to be locked away for basically malpractice / I mean, I don't want to go on a rabbit hole, but yeah. I agree with Tori 100%. That's what all the mistakes he made on 625, even not even mentioning giving proper vote illegally for months. Absolutely, like this is like the worst.
Yeah.
And then he got to get on the TMZ documentary that came out a few years ago and plead his case. They gave him a platform, and at the end, they posed the question to everybody: "Oh, who do you think is at fault? We'll say for Michael's passing." Why does man sit up here and say, "Oh, it's Michael's own fault"? Sir, were you not ejected? And I wish Michael was here to plead his own case. That's all I'm gonna say. Everybody else gets to plead their own case. Everybody else gets to say and run their mouth, except for the one who was actually the victim.
Hold on, we got some feedback. Hello? You guys might have to put your headphones on. I actually put on my headphones, so I know it's not coming. All right. It might be a headphone issue. Okay. We're gonna press play. If anyone has headphones, Tori or Jay, you might have to put them on.
Many times. I'll say once.
Yeah.
To be honest, I've fainted once. I've thrown up in his presence. It's just when he comes in the room. Oh, just aura comes, start hurting. I know, like I'm in trouble. And now he's so different now. He wants to be a better father. God bless my father because he did some wonderful things and he was brilliant. He was a genius.
Jay, try to mute your mic to see. It could be you because Tori just muted her mic.
Mute the mic?
Yeah, mute it. See if it stops. It's like a buzzy noise.
Which he had to learn.
Yeah, it might be
that earlier. I think all my success is fame, and I've wanted it. I wanted it.
I don't know why.
Because I wanted to be loved. That's all. That's the real truth. I wanted people to truly love me, because I never really felt love. I needed someone. That's probably why I had the mannequins, because I felt I needed people, someone, and I was too shy to be around real people. I love them. It's like real babies and kids and people. It makes me feel like I'm in a room with people. I was the first one to break the ice, break the mold for white girls, Scottish girls, Irish girls. I'm in love with you. I want to. And that gave a lot of the white press, they didn't like that. And that's why they start the story. He's weird, he's gay, he sleeps in a hyperbaric chamber, he wants to buy the elephant man bones. Anything to turn people against me, they try their hardest. And I've been an ambassador of goodwill all over the world, spreading this message. Then we do heal the world, children of all nations, circling the huge globe. But the other thing is the thing about sex, and I want to get in a hot tub with you, baby, and rub you all over. And sex, I get battered in the press as the weirdo. I want to be very.
Why we got feedback from the video now? Do y'all hear it? It's actually in the footage. I'm weak.
Right where there's children. I don't feel safe for that. I want them next to me. I need the spirit. Anybody else would probably be dead by now, or a junkie or something with what I've been through.
I know the sacrifice that he made not having a childhood. You know, we talked about that a lot. He would sometimes come to me, and my brother would say, well, you know, tell me what a birthday party is like, you know, or he would always, when we talk about hanging out with other people, our peers and stuff, he'd like listen and want to know, like almost like living vicariously through us.
I wasn't aware that the world thought I was so weird and bizarre. But when you grow up, as I did in front.
The interview with Taj? Of course, like I'm lost now.
Hey Trish, was my mic okay?
Automatically different. My childhood was completely taken away from me. There was no Christmas. There was
sometimes, and this happens rarely, sometimes like the sound could be reverbing off of something else.
Got you.
You might have to put headphones in to keep the sound bouncing off. That's why I had to put mine in, because after a while, because my speaker was so loud, it's going to revert back to the sound came back.
Do you have your phone like sitting on something?
Or not? I'm actually holding it.
What? I don't know what it is then. Okay.
You know StreamYard. Because I mean, it literally came out of nowhere. He was talking for over an hour, and now it's an issue.
Is your hand covering the speaker? Partially?
Or I'm cool.
Okay. Wait. Oh wait, no, it's back.
Yeah, stop, and then we came back in. For now, just mute the mic, because anytime we talk, the sound's gonna reverb and then be up everyone else.
I got you.
There was no birthdays. It was not a normal childhood. No normal pleasures of childhood. Those were exchanged for hard work, struggle, and pain. That's why I love children and learn so much from being around them. I realized that many of our world's problems today, from the inner city crime to large-scale wars and terrorism and our overcrowded prisons, are a result of the fact that children have had their childhood stolen from them. What we need to learn from children isn't childish. Being with them connects us to the deeper wisdom of life, which is ever present and only asked to be lived. They know the way to solutions that lie waiting to be recognized within our own hearts. Today, I would like to thank all the children of the world, including the sick and deprived. I am so sensitive to your pain.
I love to do things for children, and I try to imitate Jesus. And I'm not saying I am Jesus. I'm not saying
we're clear on that.
Right. I'm trying to imitate Jesus in the fact that he said to be like children, to love children, to be as pure as children. and to make yourself as innocent and see the world through eyes of wonderment and the whole magic.
Music's gonna be the issue. Daggone it. My father reminded me of Joe in some ways because he was strong and believed in hard work. Most dads are tough. Most dads. I think it's to kind of balance out our mom being nurturing. I know my father was tough.
Innocent and be pure. And
come on. Well, this might be a good time to talk. Oh, thank you for being here with us. So awesome. It usually isn't supposed to be this long, but I haven't seen any of y'all in a minute. We got caught up, but thank you. Enjoy your appointment. Let me see if the music stopped.
If somebody announced all kids are dead.
Wow. All right. I feel like I'm gonna be fighting with YouTube later on today. Let me see.
I would throw in the towel.
He inspired me, everything I do, every song I write, every dance, everything I do, they're tired to use against me and just been unfair, and I'm very upset about it. You know, I would slip my wrist before I would. Yeah, never ever. I would love to live in London because I love it so much. It's just okay. Oh man. I ain't gonna lie, the bullying with Michael has been unbelievably bad. Unacceptable. Good night, Kelly. Enjoy your birthday. Hold on, we gotta pause this. We gotta get the birthday balloons out. Hold on, Kelly. Happy birthday. Of course, I forgot how to activate the balloons. 1 second. We just gonna cheat and just push the button. Happy birthday, Kelly. Woo! Happy birthday, Kelly. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. Enjoy. Enjoy yourself for me.
Happy and doing the greatest sense of escapism through the talent that God has given me, you know? That's where my heart is. It's all I want to do.
Oh, I forgot he spoke to Piers Morgan. That was actually brought up recently. But come on, the
Make their heart feel happy.
Oh, you're not alone. Michael's love for children was pure and wholesome. He identified especially with those who were like him, didn't have a conventional childhood. So he did what you could do to bring them to the same innocent joy that he himself. Oh, I cannot read fast enough. Jeez Louise.
Letter, like the old.
Do not judge a man until you walk. Yo, the subtitles is vicious on here.
And I worry about the children, all my children, all over the world.
You know, I'll
if a
let
man
y'all
could
hear
say
it and
nothing
they'll
against
figure
a
it out.
character, but what he can prove, history could not be written. Animals strike not from malice, but because they want to live. It is the same with those who criticize. They desire our blood, not our pain. But still I must achieve. I must seek truth in all things. I must endure for the power I was sent forth, for the world, for the children. But have mercy, for I've been bleeding a long time now. And this is how the media interpreted his letter in the most horrible and callous way.
Thank y'all for saying something.
Heal the World Organization.
Because I can still see it even if you guys can't. My bad.
Be it the children, the ecology.
Oh, this is part 2
people
with
in
the
general.
music.
And it's a non-profit organization. It's something I've always wanted to do. And it's what inspired the song Heal the World, which was written here at my house. Our goal is to change the world, change world consciousness, to make it a better place for everybody, starting with the children. That's the future, really. And I'll stick with it forever until it's done. It's forever. It's not a publicity stunt. It's not something that I'm trying to use as a vehicle to launch a single or an album. It's something that's directly from my heart. I'm doing it because I sincerely care and love them and want to help out. I really feel bad for these kids. I guess you feel the pain just hearing about some of the things that we see on television or on the radio. You know, the statistics about kids. I mean, I've heard that this year 2 million children, 2.6 million children died from just preventable diseases. And millions of children die from child abuse, just violence, which is, you know, it doesn't have to be. And I just feel so bad for things like that. You know, sometimes I feel so guilty when I have dinner or breakfast because I realize how so many people don't have those simple things that we so much take for granted. And people, they sit at the table and they pray and all that, which is beautiful, but to do something is the thing, not just, you know, you have to act. So I think it's important to help out as much as you can. If one person just helped one child, they've done so much. If you can do that, it would be beautiful. Just to help one person would be a lot. It's a big step forward because it's a lot to be done. And children all over the world are in such need. I feel so pure when I can do this. I feel God applauding. I really do. I feel that I've done what I'm supposed to do on the earth. I'm compelled to do these things, I feel.
I do as many hospitals as I do concerts. I do as many orphanages as I do concerts. But because it's good news, the press don't cover it. They want bad news. But I do it from my heart. I don't do it to wave a flag and say, look at me. We bring bags of toys and posters and albums, and you should see how it transforms these kids. They jump up and down, and they're so happy.
Ever wondered how there were hundreds of his philanthropic stories, yet people hardly heard about them?
He befriended me. He took me into his life, which is very rare for Michael to do. But he opened up his arms to me and accepted me as a very good friend of his. And throughout the years, he never let me go. Michael offered a lot of emotional support for me. He was there for me whenever I needed to talk to him. He opened up Neverland to me as a means to get away. Metaphorically, he was almost like a father that I never had. I believe what people fail to realize is that Michael was a human being.
His name was Farkas. He was very sick. He was green in the face, but he had this glow and this sparkle in his eye. I asked this nurse, what's wrong with this kid? She said that he needs a liver. So I said, does that mean he's going to die? She said, yes, he's going to die unless he gets a liver. I said, I'm not going to let him die, this sweet, sweet angel. No matter what it takes, I'm going to find a liver for him. So I sent my organization around the world. We went all over the place, and it took a long time. And I said, I'm not giving up. I'm not going to have this child die. I was so happy when I got a phone call. They told me we found the liver, and he has his life.
Not only did Jackson arrange for the boy's liver transplant and pay for it, but he continued to pay for his treatment for 10 years thereafter.
Somber Michael Jackson wore dark glasses, a dark hat, and dark clothes as he attended the funeral last week for 22-month-old Craig Fleming. He was the little boy whose mom allegedly threw him off this bridge into the rain-swollen Los Angeles River. It's a case that had gone largely unnoticed until the King of Pop got involved.
Michael was in the recording studio finishing up his current album when one of his aides came to him and told him what had happened. told him of the tree. And according to eyewitnesses in the studio, Michael broke down and wept openly. He was so torn up about this tragedy.
The story obviously moved Michael Jackson, who not only attended the funeral, but stood by the minister during much of the service. Before leaving that day, Jackson handed over a check to the Fleming family.
A substantial check that has been reported to be only $5,000 when actually it's closer to $50,000. And it's just a start.
Absolutely. When he would hear about stories of people in need or needed help, and when we watched the news together, he'd reach out to them, send them a basket, send them a note, or get well, or whatever the incident would be, and he'd always reach out to people and help people. Even driving around town, he'd stop and help people.
From taking full emotional responsibility of Dave to arranging a liver for Bella's liver transplant, from paying for the burial ceremonies of school children killed in a terrorist attack, to providing shelter to a German family who had lost their home to floods, from granting the last wish of ailing children, to inviting several terminally ill and underprivileged children and families to his concerts. He never failed to spread love and kindness wherever he went.
I love you too.
Used to being a lot with youth. He was so interested in everything Ryan liked and what an 18-year-old would like to do. Michael just loved kids. He didn't care what race you were, what color you were, what was your handicap, what was your disease. Michael just loved all children.
You would never had any hesitation about allowing Ryan to spend time with Michael Jackson?
Not so whatsoever. I think there was just a respect for one another. Michael bought Ryan a 1989 Mustang. Andrea and Michael went out to the car. And
your daughter, Andrea?
My daughter, Andrea. And Michael started the car up, and Man in the Mirror was playing. And the littlest things made Michael so happy. And you could just see it in his eyes and everything. I mean, he was smiling from ear to ear, and he said, I was the last person that Ryan listened to. But I think the neatest thing that Michael did was do the Gone Too Soon video. 3 days after Ryan's funeral, Michael called me and asked me how I was doing. And I said, Michael, what made you and Ryan so close? He said, Jeannie, most people can't get over the all who I am. So nobody ever acts normal around me. He said, Ryan knew how I wanted to be treated because that's how he wanted to be treated. And he said, trust Jeannie. I can't trust anyone because everybody always wants something from me. And then he says, Jeannie, I promised Ryan he could be in my next video. But now that he's gone, he said, I can't put him in my video, but could I do a video for him? And I was like, that's unbelievable. I mean, that you would do a video. And he did the video called Gone Too Soon.
Like a sunset, dying with the rising of the moon. Gone too soon.
You felt that.
Gone too soon.
Bye, Ryan. We all miss you very much. Goodbye.
During his visit to India in 1996, Jackson hosted a pool party for children from an orphanage. He even donated 85% of his concert proceeds to the government. People managing his visit said that Jackson, being such a huge star, had no extravagant demands. His only demand was a freestanding full-length mirror in the room for him to sign before his departure. Not just that, he even made sure that the fans who were stranded in New York after the 9/11 attacks were given a safe place to stay and enough money to take care of themselves. He handed over his credit cards to his security men and instructed them to check in on the fans every day. He even had them driven down to a hotel in New Jersey in his own tour bus.
I was with Michael in
I
Eastern
did not
Europe,
know
and we
this.
got off of a plane, and he said, "You want to go to the hotel? Or you want to come to the orphanage with me?" And it was like, rather than going to the hotel, he went to the orphanage. And he walked into this orphanage, and I remembered him looking, and he was walking through it, and he was very calm. The promoters were there, and he was looking around, and the conditions were pretty grim. And I saw him whisper to someone and then whisper to someone else, and he was, moving through and interacting with the children. And then later I found out what he had whispered, and it was, this orphanage will be turned around. There will be new beds in here. There will be clean sheets in here. There will be more people in here taking care of these children by tomorrow, or I'm not going to go on stage. I saw this guy go into an orphanage in Romania and turn the conditions around within 24 hours. Another thing that I'll always remember about him. This guy had the biggest heart of anybody, and really, really did care about improving, the human condition, especially for children. That was part of his mission. While he was on tour, he always wanted to know what he could do in each place, so that when he left the place better, having been there.
We were in Europe, and we were doing the bad tour. Every city we went to a children's hospital and bought them a piece of equipment. Not one hospital for the whole tour. Every city.
Was that Michael's idea?
Yeah. They had a little boy that was dying and wanted to meet Michael. And Michael went up and talked to him, and the kid perked up, and it was like amazing. And I went off to the corner. I cried. I really couldn't take it. And Michael came over and put his arm around me and said, "You have to understand, Frank, this is our job. Not on the stage. This is our job. To make somebody feel good."
Is that there are built inside the walls here beds for some of those sick children who come. And what I realized when I saw that is that you have to be a person who really cares about children to build it into your architecture.
Yes. We have children that come who are intravenously.
Just taking a safety measure. Give it a few seconds.
But these are just some of the countless stories that delineate his gentleness and solicitude. There are so many more of his acts of kindness that Paul Dwyer published a book, Humanitarian, The Real Michael Jackson, consisting of 122 pages listing many of his humanitarian and charitable contributions. He not only donated his wealth, but made sure that he reached out to people personally, devoting his own time.
He would do so many things that people didn't even know about.
Yeah.
He would pay for certain artists, like old Motown, or just like people that had passed that, because the music industry had screwed them over royalties.
Right.
They didn't even have a proper funeral, so my uncle would pay for the funeral.
Yeah.
He was an empath. He felt that stuff. He felt sorrow. He felt pain around the world. And I think you have to be an empath to understand truly who he is. I feel like he was too good for this world. I don't think a Michael Jackson can exist in today's world. It's too cynical, too selfish.
My uncle was an angel on this earth, man. And it's real funny. You rarely meet people who are not attached to material like that.
Sure.
My uncle's the type person that if he ran into any of us right now, he would sit in this room and say, "Who's having problems today, and what are the problems?" Because he's gonna say, "Let's get real. Would I rather help somebody on the street, or do I want to give my money back to the government for taxes?" Don't forget, his taxes are huge. So I'll sit there and be like, you know what? Let me go buy $20 million in computers and give them to all the schools. That was my uncle. Oh, you sitting on the street, you can't afford to pay your rent? Well, I'm not giving it back to Uncle Sam. Let me make sure you help him. You saw Drake's thing. Yeah. God's plan. Let me help y'all out. Right, yeah. Well, a man only needs so much to live on, and my uncle was that person. He always stated to us, this is just material. It comes, it goes. We make this. Don't ever forget that as men, we make the material. It doesn't make us.
Michael gave so much. I think he's the most generous entertainer that's ever lived. I think that's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's second to Bill Gates as a person for all that he's given.
The list of charities that Jackson supported throughout his life is so enormous that during a church ceremony in the year 2010, the pastor ran out of ink and paper while typing out all of the humanitarian work of Jackson that he carried out throughout his life. He was a silent savior, and most of his donations were done secretly and were only revealed after his death. It's a well-known fact that he has given more than $500 million to over 39 charities, for which in the year 2000 he was cited in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most philanthropic pop star in history, making it a total of 39 Guinness World Records in his name. He even ensured to put forth 20% of his earnings to be pledged towards charity work after his death. His sponsorship to this day supports hundreds of students in the field of education. Even after 11 years after his death, he's making a difference in the lives of millions of people.
Frankly, no question he was a big name and still is. Superstar, yes. Who's bigger than Michael? No question. Who's more talented and gifted than Michael? Probably nobody. But you know why he was so special? Aside from all that, underneath it all, he was so decent.
Yeah.
And so modest and humble. And a lot of celebrities you come across, they suffer from narcissism. They think they're entitled to everything. Well, there are a lot of people, not just celebrities, but people with money, fame, or perceived money and fame. It's unfortunate people are that way, but you know, I wouldn't be sitting here and talking to you if Michael was a horrible person. Who cares if he was famous and big? If he was a jerk, not a nice person, but he really was a really nice, decent person.
You're right.
Also, he had a very wonderful human side to him too. He was polite and gentle, and in a business where we didn't hear these words too often, Michael, if he would ask for something during a session, he'd say, "Please, you're welcome," and so on. He was such a great guy.
The thing about him was he was a very nice person. He would retaliate. He would just not like fight them or anything. He would just let them be. Let them say what they would say, but he would never fight like some celebrities do. Daddy helped a lot of people. He helped different countries, different continents, different cities, because some celebrities are kind of greedy with their money, and they hog it all and just buy stuff for themselves. And he shares money with charities and poor people, and he helped a lot of people. He's humble, and he doesn't like to show off. Some people do, but not all celebrities do that. What he said, you should always be humble, because the best kind of celebrities are the humble ones.
Never told us who you like that you were like this. He says, because I'm just a normal person. I just want you guys to look at me as like daddy, and that was it. And he says, and also on top of it, I didn't want it to change your person. He said you should always be humble and stuff. And that's the way he was, and that's the way I try to be because of him.
He convened the recording of charitable singles by bringing in all the great artists to produce songs such as We Are the World that helped to raise $63 million for humanitarian aid in Africa, and What More Can I Give to pay a tribute and raise funds for the victims of the 9/11 attacks. When America was facing the horrors of devastation, loss, and confusion, Michael Jackson united the country, be it raising funds for the families of the victims or comforting the nation with his artistry. He gave his all to ensure the well-being of those in distress. He was an entertainer with influence, whose vision was far beyond the scope of not just that of entertainment, but to bring about a change.
Let me see. It's almost over. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm falling asleep at the desk. Like,
I'm shocked he's still up.
Man. Barely. All right.
Uh-oh.
No.
You might just want to skim through and look at the bottom and see if there's any. Or it's
This is literally all his music. You can't make this up.
That's wait, go back.
Oh, with it right here.
Wait, go back a little more.
Okay. There you go.
Okay.
I think of Kenny Ortega's "This Is It" when I see this part now. Hey. Oh.
Sadly, we live in a state of fear. Every day we hear of war on the news, on the radio, and television. In the newspapers, always of war. We hear of nations hurting each other, of neighbors hurting each other, of families hurting each other, and of children killing each other. We must learn to live and love each other before it's too late. We have to stop. We have to stop the prejudice. We have to stop the hating. We have to stop living in fear of our own neighbors. I would like all of you now to take the hand of the person to the left and to the right of you. Go ahead right now. I mean it. Don't be shy. Do it. It starts now. To the person next to you, to the left and the right. I mean it right now. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Do it. Do it. Now tell the person next to you that you care for them. Tell them that you love them. This is what makes the difference. Together, we can make a change in the world. Together, we can help to stop racism. Together, we can help to stop prejudice. We can help the world live without fear. It is our only hope. And without hope, we are lost.
Jackson taught us about the dangers of pollution, climate change, hatred,
Yeah,
and wars.
almost two.
He shed light on the importance of doing our part for peace and equality. He used every cell in his body to get his message across to the world. But did anyone listen? No. Instead, the human race demonized and vilified him. It was of more importance to mock his face, throw racist slurs at him, accuse him of bleaching his skin, discriminate against him, bully and backstab him. If you study Jackson long enough, you'll learn how corrupt the world is. The deceitful media and the corrupt world of law and Hollywood. He called them all out. And despite the dystopia that we live in, he always maintained his utopian view of how the world should be. He was so very ahead of his time. But instead of cherishing him and respecting how genuinely caring and loving he was, the world ridiculed him and tore him to pieces. As we are witnessing today with the planet itself, we don't treasure our most precious resources, we destroy them.
We have to bring love back into the world, remind the world that love is important. Love each other. We're all one. Let's take care of the planet. 4 years to get it right, or else it's irreversible damage we've done.
If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. People don't look at themselves honestly. They don't look at themselves and point the finger at them. It's always the other guy's fault or somebody else. You should change yourself. Look at yourself. Make better of yourself.
I have been blessed with so much and have an opportunity to do what few others can. But I believe it is more than just an opportunity, but a duty. I feel to reap and enjoy the fruits of my talents for myself would be selfish, irresponsible, and unconscionable. In these days of such abundance and advancement in what we can do, it pains me to think that we do so little for our children. In some ways, I feel undeserving to receive an award for doing something that is my duty.
fans, thank you very much for all of your support. Together, we will see this through to the very end. I love you very much, and may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye.
Mm.
13 Grammys, London welcomes the King of Pop, Mr. Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson's announcement of 10 concerts here is certainly a coup for the O2 Arena. And if those concerts go well, the expectation is that he'll add many more dates. But questions still remain about whether the Michael Jackson of today can still cut it live on such a big stage.
The concert series is being called This Is It. Atika, are we buying that? Is this it for Michael Jackson on stage?
It doesn't seem like this is the absolute last chance to see Michael Jackson live, but then again, you never know.
The initial announcement was of 10 concerts which were going to be held at the O2 Arena, a massive venue in East London. And after they sold out, they just kept adding dates.
I don't think it was reasonable to expect somebody of 50 to do 50 concerts in 6 months.
He was lured out of retirement and signed to do 50 concerts. They would have been lucky if they got 50 minutes worth of a concert out of him.
I pulled him aside and said, Mikey, why now? Okay, and he said to me, because you know what? My kids are old enough and I'm still young enough to do what I do. I don't want them to see me, in my prime when I do.
Earlier that day, Randy Phillips, who was part of the AEG live team putting on the performance, was holed up in a hotel with Michael Jackson.
Phillips acknowledges that he physically slapped Michael in order to get him to snap out of it, and he threw him in the shower. This is the king of pop being thrown into a shower in order to go and sober up.
He even threatened Jackson for his children to be taken away from him had he refused to agree with their contract.
This is it. I'll be performing the songs my fans want to hear. These will be my final show performances. This is it. I mean, this is really it. This is the final curtain call.
Get up here.
We came from the west of Ireland yesterday, or on Wednesday morning, and we've been queuing since.
It was so hard to get the tickets, so I just thought I just took the risk and just come down here and spend the night, and I just don't care. Absolutely love him. There's nothing on this earth that will stop me getting to this concert.
We're here for the Michael Jackson audition.
I've been waiting for this audition my entire life.
It is on every dancer's checklist. If you get to dance with Michael, check.
Get back.
This is it.
This is it.
This is it.
Congratulations. You are passed. Thank you so much, all of you. God bless you. You made this such a memorable experience.
We found them. They all were just so awestruck at the thought of performing these 50 shows with Michael.
My makeup running.
It's all about them.
I don't want to know what a dream coming true felt like. There you go. Yeah, exactly. They always do.
I'm losing it, so I'm falling asleep. But wow, 4 hours.
Man is here. We're all here because of him. May that continue with him leading the way.
This is the moment. This is it. It's an adventure. It's a great adventure. You want to take them places that you've never been.
Wow, it's gonna be interesting. We're still going. Leave it to us to make a 2-hour documentary, 4 hours. Leave it to us. This was fun, though.
Let's do it one more time. I love you. I really do. We're family, just know that.
You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Hold for applause, slow umbrella fade out.
This is it, and see you in July.
Yes, sir. I need an ambulance as soon as possible, sir. Sir, we have a gentleman here that needs help, and he's not breathing.
Michael Jackson, 50 years old, the king of pop, has died.
Michael Jackson has died.
My brother, the legendary king of pop, Michael Jackson, passed away on Thursday, June 25th, 2009 at 2:26 p.m.
Why there's such an emotional outburst. But you would have to understand the journey of Michael to understand what he meant to all of us. When Michael started, it was a different world. But because Michael kept going, because he didn't accept limitations, because he refused to let people decide his boundaries, he opened up the whole world. In the music world, he put on one glove, pulled his pants up, and broke down the color curtain, where now our videos are shown, and magazines put us on the cover. It was Michael Jackson that brought blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos together. It was Michael Jackson that made us sing "We Are the World" and feed the hungry long before Live Aid. That Michael made us love each other. Michael taught us to stand with each other. Michael beat him. Michael rose to the top. He outsang his cynics. He outdanced his doubters. He outperformed the pessimists. Every time he got knocked down, he got back up. Every time you counted him out, he came back in. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. I want his 3 children to know, wasn't nothing strange about your daddy. It was strange what your daddy had to deal with. But he dealt with it. He dealt with it anyway. He dealt with it for us. Thank you because you never stopped. Thank you because you never gave up. Thank you because you never gave out. Thank you because you tore down our divisions. Thank you because you eradicated barriers. Thank you because you gave us hope. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael.
We would never understand what he endured. Not being able to walk across the street without a crowd gathering around him. Being judged, ridiculed. How much pain can one take? Maybe now, Michael, they will leave you alone.
Then the witch hunt began. And it seemed like one negative story after the other was coming out about Michael. I felt his pain. I know what it's like to walk down the street and feel like the whole world is turned against you. I know what it's like to feel helpless and unable to defend yourself because the roar of the lynch mob is so loud that you are convinced your voice can.
We did it.
Thank you.
That was a whole documentary within itself.
That was part 4.
Part 4 is a 5+ hour documentary, and some people have seen all 5 hours straight.
Wow. I don't think I've even watched that whole part like that before, especially towards the end. Wow, that was amazing.
Listen.
A retrial.
We have conspiracies, but that's not today's live.
No. Oh man, thank you for that. That was amazing.
Heck yeah. Well, y'all, it's 2:00 for me, and if y'all see the playback, you will see me sleeping in the playback. But there are 2 more of these March of Michael events with Jennifer Jackson. I am Jennifer Jackson on the 28th and the 29th. The time could fluctuate, so don't nothing set in stone. Y'all should know that by now. And no, thank y'all. Like y'all stuck it out for real. Hey,
Great documentary.
and of course, to support the actual YouTuber behind this, please look in the description bar. All 4 parts are in there. Sub, like, share those videos, and rewatch it in your own time. No, thank y'all. Y'all amazing. You definitely make work.
I had a pleasure doing this with y'all. Y'all are amazing.
Same with you, Jay. We appreciate you, man. In the chat, now on the live. Woo-woo.
I hope we can do this again. This was fun.
For sure. I mean, I said, you know, I'm gonna go for it. Whoever wants to jump on, jump on.
But of course, I would like to be invited. I don't want to just pop up now.
Of course.
You know what I mean? I like to come willingly.
Of course.
And Jenny was amazing too. Shout out to Jenny.
Oh man, she's crushing it right now. You know, it's just an amazing campaign altogether. The station heads, the Michael Jackson money campaign, everything, y'all. The MJ Innocent, the sharing, the facts, just all this collectively, I think, help muffle some of the stupidity. Like, you know what? We here already. Like, and it has nothing about being what's the word they use for us? Fanatical fans. It has nothing to do with it. We're just using facts. That's it.
We just MJ soldiers trying to fight the battle.
That we shouldn't be fighting anymore. Like,
that's true.
You saw at the memorial, like, you know, you might be able, maybe now you might be able to rest in peace. Unfortunately, no, Brother Marlon, we're still fighting.
That's true. And they also come at his children sideways.
Trust me, we know. We just.
And that should be off limits.
Yeah. I didn't even know you can come for somebody in depth to this level. I've never seen anyone attacked in depth to this level. But, you know, Michael, it's a lot to it. Conspiracies and things that most of us, myself including, will never know what's really behind this. But we're going to keep fighting for him because it's just not right at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I give respect. I give respect to how Prince is moving and how he's carrying his pops' legacy with grace and with style, and he's doing it the right way, and he's bringing a good name to his father. So I think that's dope.
Absolutely, and I think Michael would be insanely proud of him, for sure.
Was Prince doing another Thriller night?
Yes, that's coming in 2 years.
Because he does his thing with that. He really does.
Listen, I was unfortunately everything that was awesome for y'all I could not say in real time, but I'm super excited about the Hill Los Angeles events for 2025. We have 2 pool parties. We have a barbecue. We have a pending 4th event. So I'm still trying to, figure out how to get some money together, but can't wait. And I know one of you guys mentioned you'll be there in August, so that's awesome. So it's just a lot going on in real life. So, but April's coming and we can talk about the fun stuff. just got 2 more events on this. I think you guys are well educated. And like I said, thank God the public didn't turn on Michael again. They were just like, nah, y'all need some evidence. Like, stop.
And they ain't got HBO backing them now.
Well, that's how you know we had. I'm not gonna lie. When the first one came out, HBO, Oprah, the panel, there was a lot going on. I'm thinking like, oh, there's no way. There's no way. And those moonwalking soldiers said, lies, and then next, it debunked it that week, probably in 2 days, to be honest. Yeah. I remember it was a quick debunking.
That train station story came out quick.
quick. Oh, this is great. Yes, and we do have some awesome things going on with 3T. They will be in Europe. I'm still hoping they perform at Havenhurst, but a girl can dream. Yes, I know some of y'all will be there. I got my tickets for New Jersey. So if all goes well, New Jersey and Jackson's, here I come.
That's something else. MJ the musical in Sydney.
Oh, right. Prince was there, yeah.
Oh yeah, for the premiere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was holding down for it.
Now I can't say which episode this got revealed. If they have a premiere, it may cater to like people on social media. And I don't mean us. So I don't know the other social media people, but if there's anything that we can share with y'all, we will, even if we have to do it exclusively on Discord. For now, we know absolutely nothing. But if there's anything I can share, like if the estate is watching, is there a way that people in this chat and this whole thing can go? Let us know, because you guys are always here, always supporting. We're almost the faithful 50. If we can get tickets for the faithful 50 in the chat and part of this ecosystem, please think of us. We'll think of us.
No doubt.
But that's it for now. Tori, is there anything else you want to share? Anything special going on?
I'm gonna just say it because she's well, Kelly's not here no more. But me and Kelly are birthday twins.
Yay! Wait a minute. Happy
birthday to both of y'all.
Wait a minute. How's that, Miss J? There we go. Nope.
Oh, that's crazy. Why did they do that like that?
No, it's me. It's me being out of practice with this. There we go. Happy birthday, Tori. Happy birthday, Tori. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
You got the balloons, okay.
Happy birthday.
That's dope.
Thank you.
Pulling out the stops. Happy birthday, Tori.
Thank you, Jay.
We got the
and the birthday twin, Kelly. All right, y'all. Wow. 3T's really doing it this year.
Oh, 10th anniversary of Chapter 3. That's my favorite album.
All 3 of their albums have milestones this year. It's crazy.
Their Brotherhood album is a classic.
But I'm on stage, and there'll be some celebration. So,
Jackson style.
all right, y'all. Good night.
Have a good night,
Make
Chris.
sure you sub. Good night, Jay. In the description bar, Jennifer's channel is in there. Follow, sub, share. Get her channel to 1,000 so she can get her little monetized money and keep doing her thing. And yeah,
Congratulations. I wish y'all all the success with your channels, especially Jennifer, Jenny, all of you guys doing your thing, representing MJ community. Much love and respect to y'all for doing what you do, and continue to do what you do. Don't let nobody try to knock you off your pedestal.
thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Maria. This is beautiful, man. This is a beautiful chapter. I think this is the first time in a while that I felt like things were shifting for Michael in a really good way. Like, this is awesome.
Right.
But we'll
So
definitely talk
positive
more. Yeah. I know I have one live on one of my channels, but I'll be on one of these lives with Jennifer. So for now, good night. Thank you for spending
Good night,
4.5 hours with us. And we'll see you. Real. You think I would have the ending ready? You can't make this up. I can't with me today. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Have a good night to both of y'all. Sleep good.
You too.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for watching this live or replay. Make sure you sub to this channel to get more content like this. Don't forget to like the video, share, and I will see you guys real soon.